So unit electricity, from the examination point of view, you can score around 7 marks, 6 to 7 marks. Now make a note of all the keywords or the points what we are going to discuss now. In the first page of the unit electricity, you can get 1 mark definition of what is a switch. A switch makes a conducting link between the cell and the bulb. What is switch? It is a conducting link between the cell and the electric bulb. 1 mark. You can make a note. You can just make a note of the word the switch. Next, important definition, electric circuit. A continuous and closed path of an electric current is called as what? Electric circuit. Next, the important definition what you can expect is definition of electric current. Just make a note of the key word, not the whole point. Just make a note, a switch. Next, second keyword, electric circuit. Next, electric current. Everything is there in the textbook. Just you need to make a note of the keyword in your notebook. Next, the important definition is electric current. What is electric current? Electric current is expressed by the flow of charges to a particular area in unit time. Otherwise, you can say the simple definition for electric current is it is the rate of flow of charges. It is the rate of flow of charges. What is electric current? Electric current is defined as the rate of flow of charges. Otherwise, you can say as amount of charges flowing to a particular area in unit time. Now, what is the conventional direction of electric current? It is the direction of for electric current taken opposite to flow of electrons. So these are the important questions you can get in page 1 of unit electricity. What we have discussed is a switch, an electric circuit, and the definition of electric current, and the flow of electric current. It is the opposite to the direction of flow of electrons, which are negative charges. So these are the important points you can concentrate on the unit electricity in page 1. Next page, we have the important definition, the current. The current is defined as the what? It is defined as the flow of charges per unit time. So the important formula is here is I equals Q by T. Make a note of this formula. The current I equals what? Q by T. And the SI unit of electric charge, it can be asked in MCQ or 1 mark. What is the SI unit of electric charge? The SI unit of electric charge is Coulomb. Next, the SI unit of electric current is ampere. So from this unit definite 1 marks question based on unit you can expect. Here the electric current is expressed by the unit what? Ampere. And also they can ask define 1 ampere. Define 1 ampere. 1 ampere is defined as the flow of 1 coulomb of charge per second. Is defined as what? The 1 ampere. So then to measure the flow of current, electric current in a circuit, we use an instrument called as what? Ammeter. Definition of ammeter. How ammeter is connected? Ammeter is always connected in series. Ammeter is always connected in series. And definite and important question for your examination is the simple electric circuit. The simple electric circuit. 2 mark question. Very important diagram. Simple electric circuit. Next, so here in this paragraph the important question what you can expect is the current, the formula to find out the current, that is I equals Q by T, then SI unit of electric charge is Coulomb, then the electric current is expressed by unit what, ampere, the SI unit of electric current is ampere, then definition of 1 ampere, that is 1 coulomb divided by 1 second, and the instrument used to measure the electric current in a circuit is ammeter, and always it is connected in series in the circuit. Always the ammeter is connected in the series in an electric circuit. And important diagram, simple electric circuit. Next, in next page what we have is the concept is electric potential and potential difference. Here you can expect the definition of potential difference. You can expect, make a note, you can make a note the definition of electric potential difference between 2 points. Electric potential difference between 2 points in an electric circuit. The potential difference between 2 points, always the potential difference is measured between 2 points. The electric potential difference between 2 points in an electric circuit carrying some current is defined as the work done to move a unit charge from one point to another point. Potential difference between any 2 points in an electric circuit is defined as the work done to move a unit charge from one point to another point. Potential difference is expressed by V equals what? W by Q. Work done by charge. Work done by charge. Potential difference V equals work done by charge. The SI unit of potential difference is volt. And you can have 1 mark definition, define 1 volt. 1 volt is defined as 1 joule of work done to move a charge of 1 coulomb from one point to another point is defined as 1 volt. How potential difference is measured? The potential difference is measured by a instrument called as voltmeter. Just make a note of the keyword voltmeter in your book. And voltmeter is always connected in parallel. Ammeter is connected in series, whereas the voltmeter is connected in parallel. Based on the concept electric potential and potential difference, what you can expect? You can expect the definition of electric potential difference. What is electric potential difference between 2 points in an electric circuit carrying some current is defined as the work done to move a unit charge from one point to another point. Potential difference V equals what? W by Q. V equals what? W by Q. What is the SI unit of potential difference? It is volt. And also you can expect 1 mark definition, define 1 volt. You have a simple problem here. How much work is done in moving a 2 coulomb across 2 points having potential difference 12 volts. Work done, potential difference V equals W by Q. W equals V into Q. How much is V? V equals 2. Q is what? 2. 12 into 2 is 24 joules. How much work is done? 24 joules of work is done to move 2 coulomb charges. Next, circuit symbols. You can expect definite circuit symbols for 1 mark. You can go through all the circuit symbols. Circuit symbol whether it is resistance, ammeter or rheostat, wire joint, crossing without joining, switch, open, close, SL, a battery. All these are important. Students, if you go through the textbook, it will be very easy to study and score good marks in science. Next, the important concept is Ohm's law. Based on Ohm's law, definitely you can expect problem or you can expect 2 mark question. So in one of the examination, they have given a graph, voltage versus current, in a table where you need to find out the resistance. So what you can do is, when the voltage against the current is given in a graph, you can easily calculate by finding the potential difference and the current. It will be given in the table, just you need to find out. For all the values, the resistance will be same because resistance is a constant. Now the important definition of Ohm's law. So in laws and all you cannot change, however it's there in the textbook, you need to write as it is. So the Ohm's law states that the potential difference V across the ends of a given metallic wire in an electric circuit is directly proportional to the current flowing through it, provided its temperature remains the same. This is called as Ohm's law. The simple definition is V is directly proportional to I. The potential difference in an electric circuit is directly proportional to the current flowing to it. Okay, so V is proportional to I. This is called as what? Ohm's law. If you remove the proportionality, we get a constant called as what? Resistance. R is a constant. So V equals what? I into R. V equals I into R. This is what? Ohm's law. Based on Ohm's law, definite question. V equals IR. What is R here? R is a constant called as resistance. What is resistance? It is the property of a conductor to resist the flow of charges. What is the definition of resistance? It is the property of an conductor to resist the flow of charges. And important question what you can expect is, define 1 ohm. V equals what? IR. V equals IR. R equals V by I. So 1 ohm equals 1 volt by 1 ampere. That is, if the potential difference between two ends of a conductor is 1 volt and the current in it is 1 ampere, then the resistance is 1 ohm. If the potential difference is 1 volt and it carries a current of 1 ampere, then we call it as the resistance, the conductor has a resistance of 1 ohm. I equals what? V by R. And also, see here, you can see here, V equals what? I R. Now R equals what? V by I. You can see here, R is inversely proportional to I. That means if the resistance increases, the current decreases. If the resistance increases, the current decreases. If the resistance decreases, the current increases. That means it is inversely proportional. You should know the relationship between the resistance and the current. You can see this point in the textbook. The current through a resistor is inversely proportional to its resistance. If the resistance is doubled, that means the current is get reduced to its half of the value. There are many practical cases where you need to increase or decrease the current. In that cases, we use a component called as rheostat, or we call that as variable resistance. Again, 1 mark important definition, define rheostat or define variable resistance. The name itself says that rheostat is a component where you can change the resistance of the circuit. In an electric circuit, a device called rheostat is used to change the resistance of the circuit. What is rheostat? Rheostat is a component which is used to what? Change the resistance in the circuit. Okay, why we need to change the resistance in the circuit? To change the current. To change the current, the potential difference remains constant. To vary the current, to change the current, what you should do is, you should change the resistance. To change the resistance, what is the component we use? We use a component called as rheostat. to score good marks in science, you need lot of patience. Today's class you should attend completely, then only you'll get all the questions. See, what is rheostat? Rheostat is a component or device which is used in an electric circuit to change the resistance in the circuit. Why we need to change this resistance? To change the value of current, or increase or decrease. So the resistance of a conductor. See, you have an experiment here. So you have a definition of resistor. Resistance is different from resistor. Resistor offers resistance. You can expect 1 mark or 2 mark difference between question. Write the difference between resistance and resistor. Resistance is the property of the conductor. Resistor is a device. A conductor having some appreciable resistance is called as resistor. Resistor offers resistance. So a component having higher resistance is called as poor conductor. A component having low resistance is called as good conductor. And insulator will have very high value of resistance. Now important question again, factors on which the resistance of a conductor depends on. The resistance of a conductor depends on 4 factors, that is R is proportional to L, R is inversely proportional to A. That means if you remove the proportional, you will have a constant called as rho. R equals rho L by A. The resistance of a conductor depends on the length of the conductor, area of cross section, and also it depends on the nature of the material. So you can see here the resistance of a conductor depends on its length L, area of cross section A, and nature of its material, and also it depends on the temperature of the conductor. So if it is asked for 2 marks, you should write all the 4 points. The resistance of a conductor depends on 4 factors: the length, the area of cross section, and the nature of its materials, and also it depends on the temperature. So you can see the formula R equals what? Rho L by A. What is rho here? Rho is a constant of proportionality called as electrical resistivity. The SI unit of resistivity is ohm meter. Very important unit. What is the SI unit of resistance is ohm. Resistivity is ohm meter. What is resistivity? It is defined as what? Constant of proportionality called as what? Resistivity. So resistivity is what? It is the property of a material to offer resistance, right? And also the SI unit of resistivity is ohm meter. The SI unit of resistance is ohm. SI unit of resistivity is ohm meter. And also we have one more important concept here is alloys generally have higher resistivity. Why? They can ask for give reason question. Because alloys do not oxidize or burn readily at high temperature. That's the reason where the alloys are most commonly used in heating devices like electric iron toasters, etc. So the resistivity of an alloy is what? It's higher than its constituent metals. That's why it is most applicably used in heating devices like electric iron toasters, etc. And also you have one more important give reason question here. Tungsten is widely used or exclusively used for filaments of electric bulb. Why? Because on heating it starts emitting light. That's why the tungsten is almost exclusively used for filaments of electric bulb. And also The copper and aluminum are generally used for electrical transmission lines. So in this paragraph you have learnt about the factors on which the resistance of a conductor depends on, and the important concept of resistivity, the SI unit of resistivity, and also higher the resistivity, that means the resistance value will be more, and also alloys have higher resistivity. Because of that, it is used commonly in heating devices like electric toasters, electric iron box, etc. And also tungsten is used almost exclusively for filaments of electric bulb. Why? Because on heating it starts emitting light. And generally copper and aluminum are used for electrical transmission lines. So you can see the resistivity of different conductors, insulators and alloys. Insulators have generally they have higher resistivity when compared to alloys, and conductors will have the resistivity value is less. So in the examination you can expect question like they can give a table with different resistivity. You should tell the which the conductor or alloy or insulator have high conductivity. If the resistivity is more, that means the conductivity will be less. If the resistivity is less, conductivity will be more, which are inversely proportional. So solve all the questions, solve all the numericals from the examples. We can expect the numericals from the examples only based on the resistivity and based on Ohm's law. So you have a question here: why are coils of electric toasters and electric iron made up of alloy rather than pure metal? Because they do not oxidize easily, and also they have higher resistivity. That's why they are used. Now resistance of a system of conductors. When the resistance are this is also important diagram. When the resistors are connected in series, the current will be same. The potential difference is divided across each resistance. The current remains same, the potential difference will be divided across each resistance, that is V equals V1 plus V2 plus V3. V1 plus V2 plus V3. The current will be same across all the resistors. In case of parallel, the potential difference will be same. Whereas the current will be divided across each resistance as I1, I2 and I3. The effective resistance when connected in series, that is RS equals R1 plus R2 plus R3. In case of parallel, it is 1 by Rp equals 1 by R1 plus 1 by R2 plus 1 by R3. When the resistors are connected in series, the effective resistance is what? R1 plus R2 plus R3. When it is connected in parallel, the effective resistance 1 by Rp equals 1 by R1 plus 1 by R2 plus 1 by R3. So this you should know to solve problems. In case of series, the current is same. The potential difference V is divided across each resistance. And also between these two, which is most used in domestic circuits, it is parallel connection. Parallel connection is widely used in domestic circuits. We'll see. You should list down all the advantages of parallel connection over series connection. In case of parallel connection, no need of in case of series connection, you should have the individual switches for each resistors to operate. You should have each switches across the resistance. If one gets spoiled, then other will stop working. In case of parallel, you have those two advantages. And also in case of series circuit, the resistance will be more. In case of parallel, the resistance will be less. You can go through this. And also the problems based on the example 12.7. So try to solve all the problems from the textbook itself. Many times you can expect the textbook questions only. So all these are very important problem. So based on the power, you can expect 2-mark question. Now there is an important concept of heating effect of electric current. So we know that cell generates the potential difference between 2 points. Name the component which creates potential difference. It is cell or the battery. Now, so a part of source energy in maintaining the current may be consumed into useful work, but rest of the energy is expended in the form of heat, right? Now that effect is called as what? The heating effect of electric current. So this heating effect is utilized in few devices like electric heater, electric iron box, electric toasters, etc. So the power input is defined as P equals V into I. The power input to a device is what? V into I. What is the power input? The power input is V into I. Then the heat dissipated, H equals VIT. If you apply Ohm's law, what we get is H equals I square RT. This is called as Joule's law of heating. The heat produced in a conductor is given by H equals VIT. Then applying Ohm's law, what we get is H equals I square RT. This is called as what? Joule's law. So state Joule's law of heating. H equals I square RT. The heat generated in a conductor is directly proportional to square of the current. Is directly proportional to square of the current, directly proportional to resistance for a given current, and directly proportional to the time for which the current flows through the resistance. So very important 2-mark law, or if you don't get law for 2 marks, definitely you can expect 2-mark numerical. So it will be from the textbook itself. The heat produced in a conductor is directly proportional to what? Square of the current, resistance of the conductor, and also time for which the current flows. This is called as what? Joule's law of heating. And next what we have is practical applications of heating effect of electric current. The heating effect is utilized in some of the devices such as laundry iron box, electric toaster, electric oven, electric kettle, electric heater, right? This all works on the principle of Joule's law. You can expect one MCQ based on this, that is electric oven, electric toaster works on the principle of dash, Ohm's law, Joule's law, some other law will be given. The correct answer is Joule's law of heating. So you have the reason here, right? Why tungsten is used in filaments of electric bulb? Because it has high melting point, it has high resistivity. On heating, it gives or it emits light. That's why the tungsten is widely used in the filaments of electric bulb. You can see the filament must retain as much of heat generated and it emits light. The very important property of tungsten is when it gets heated up, it emits light, and also it has the property of higher resistivity and also it has high melting point. Because of high melting point, in case if it is asked for 2 marks, you should mention all these points. That is high melting point, high resistivity, and it emits light on heating. See, and also you have the bulbs are usually filled with chemically inactive nitrogen or and argon gases to prolong the life of the filament. Name the gas which is used in the bulbs. What is the answer? It is nitrogen and argon gases. Why? If it is, in case if it is application question, you can get question like why the bulbs are usually filled with nitrogen and argon gases. Because the answer is because nitrogen and argon gases, they have completely filled or the stable structure. They do not react with any other metal or non-metal, hence it is used in the filament. These gases, they do not react. Why? Because it is their valence shell is completely filled or octet structure. Now we have one more concept called as fuse. What is fuse? Fuse is an electrical safety devices which has low melting point. When higher current flows to it, what happens? It melts and protects the circuit. See, it protects the circuit and appliances by stopping the flow of an unduly high electric current. Always the fuse is placed in series. How the fuse is placed in an electric circuit? It is placed in series. Students, it's taking time. Still, I am going in detail. You should try to make all these points. If you are watching this, definitely you can expect all these similar questions or same concept based question in the examination. Fuse. What is fuse here? It is an electrical safety device. Always it is placed in series, which has low melting point. Fuse will have low melting point. If the current flows more than the specified value, what happens? The fuse melts. The fuse will get heated up and it melts and it breaks the circuit. By thus, it protects the circuit and appliances. So you have a question here. A circuit of 4.54 ampere will flow in the circuit. That means we should choose a fuse of 5 ampere, right? Next we have concept of electric power. If you are lucky, you can expect 5-mark question based on electric power. What is electric power? It is the rate at which the electric energy is dissipated or consumed in an electric circuit. The rate at which the electrical energy is consumed in an electric circuit is called as what? Electric power. List the ways by which you can express the power. You have different formulas. That is, the first formula is P equals VI. P equals what? VI. Next, P equals I square R, or P equals V square by R. These are the ways by which you can express the power. What is the SI unit of power? The SI unit of power is watt. What is SI unit of power? Watt. So define 1 watt. 1 watt is defined as what? If an appliance consumes what? 1 ampere of current when it is operated at a potential difference of what? 1 volt. Whether if it is 1 ohm, if the definition of 1 ampere or 1 volt or 1 watt or 1 ohm, if it is asked, you should always relate this with the equations, then it will be very easy. P equals what? V into I. 1 watt equals what? 1 volt into 1 ampere. That means an electrical appliances is operated between a what? Potential difference of 1 volt if 1 ampere of current flows through it, right? 1000 watt is equal to what? 1 kilowatt. And also the unit of electrical energy is what? That is watt. What is the commercial unit of electrical energy? It is kilowatt hour. The commercial unit of electrical or the power is what? Kilowatt hour. Commonly it is called as unit. In case based on power, if they don't ask any question, you can expect 2 mark or 3 mark numerical. So you can solve what are the questions there in the textbook. That is more than enough. Now we'll do a small recap. We have started with defining what switch, an electric circuit, and the definition of electric charges, and the conventional flow of electrons, the definition of current, the SI unit of current, that is ampere, define 1 ampere, what is ammeter, how it is connected in an electric circuit, and the important diagram, simple electric circuit. And what we had is the concept of electric potential and potential difference. V equals what? W by Q. Define 1 volt. What is voltmeter? How it is connected in circuit? That is always it is connected in parallel. And circuit symbols for 1 mark. Ohm's law. In case Ohm's law, if the table is given, you can calculate the value of resistance, that is R equals V by I. For all the values, the resistance will be same. Or what you can do, you can plot the graph and you can find out the value. Roughly you can plot and you can find out. Then Ohm's law, the concept of resistance, definition of 1 ohm. Then the relationship between current and the resistance. If the current increases, the resistance decreases. Based on this you can expect question. And you have the concept of rheostat. To change the current, what we use a component called as rheostat. Rheostat is usually used to what? Change the value of the resistance. Next, what we had is the value on which the factors on which the resistance of the conductor depends on, the concept of resistivity, SI unit of resistivity. And in the examination they'll give the table. Many times they have given the table having given different elements, material with the resistivity. If the resistivity is more, that means the conductivity will be less. If the resistivity is less, that means the conductor is more. Conductivity is more. And the problems and resistance of a system of resistors in series and resistors in parallel, which is more advantageous in domestic circuit. Parallel circuit is more advantageous than the series connection. Based on this, you can expect 2 mark problem. Then the concept of the heating effect of electric current. What is the power input? Power input is P equals V into I. Some appliances which works on the concept of heating effect of electric current. Then Joule's law of heating, 2 mark question. If it is not asked for law, if law is not asked, definitely can expect 2 mark problem. Practical applications of heating effect of electric current. You have the concept of filament. Why filament? The tungsten which is used in what? Filament of electric bulb, because the 3 properties you should know. It has higher resistivity, low melting point, and on heating it emits light. And also which gas is used to fill the filament, to fill the bulbs? It is nitrogen and argon gases. One reason is to prolong the life of the filament. In case if the application question is asked, like nitrogen and argon gases are used to what? Prolong the life of the filament. Give reason or why. We can say that nitrogen and argon gases are completely filled because they do not react. Argon is it is placed in group 18. It is completely filled. And we have the concept of fuse. Fuse is an what? Electrical safety device which is placed in the series to protect what? The electric circuit and the appliances. In case of high duty current, it melts and breaks the circuit. And also concept of electric power. Different ways by which you can express the power is P equals V into I, P equals I square R, and P equals V square by R. What is 1 kilowatt? 1 kilowatt is what? 1000 watts. And also what is the commercial unit of power? It is kilowatt hour. Kilowatt hour. Commercially it is commonly known as unit. Okay. Start. The unit, chemical reactions and equation, the important concept what you should learn from the examination point of view is definition of chemical equation as well as chemical reaction, and also the burning of the magnesium ribbon. Magnesium ribbon burns with a dazzling white flame and changes into white powder. Before burning magnesium ribbon, it should be cleaned. Why it should be cleaned? To remove the impurities. What kind of impurities? It is the outside layer reacts with the oxygen to form what? Magnesium oxide. What are the changes that takes place during the chemical reaction is it is change in state and change in color, evolution of gas, and also change in temperature. And also the word equation for the chemical equations, where you can write it in the form of what? The statement magnesium plus oxygen gives us what? Magnesium oxide. On the LHS we call it as reactants, on the RHS what we call it is product. Writing a chemical equation using symbols and also balancing a chemical equation is very important, because we know that by law of conservation of energy, mass can neither be created nor be destroyed in a chemical reaction. Because of that, the number of atoms present on the reactant side should be equal to number of atoms present on the product side. On the LHS and the RHS, the number of atoms should be same. Hence, the chemical equation must be balanced. Here we have an example how to balance a chemical equation. Here Fe plus H2. Fe plus H2 give us to what? Fe3O4 plus H2, right? This is a Fe plus H2O. Now we should balance this chemical equation. What is the first step? The first step is list down the element and number of atoms on LHS and RHS. The elements what we have is iron, hydrogen, and oxygen. On LHS, how many atoms are there? Iron has one, we have one atom of iron. Then on the RHS we have 3. Then hydrogen we have 2 on the LHS and 2 on the RHS. And oxygen we have 1. Fe plus H2O 1. And on the RHS what we have is Fe plus H2O gives us Fe3O4 plus H2. Oxygen we have 1 atom in the LHS and 4 atoms in the RHS, right? Now you should start balancing the equation which has starting with the element which has highest number of atoms. Here we have oxygen 4 atoms, maximum 4 atoms. You should balance with what? Oxygen. Now on the LHS we have 1, we should make it 4, multiply by 4. It becomes what? 4H2O. Now hydrogen has become what? 8. On the RHS I should make it 8, multiply by 4. Now on the RHS we have 3 iron atoms. On the LHS I should make it 3, multiply by 3. So balanced chemical equation is 3Fe plus 4H2O give us what? Fe3O4 plus 4H2. right? This is how you will balance a chemical equation. First, list down the element, list down the number of elements on the LHS, list down the number of atoms on the RHS. Start balancing with the element which has highest number of atoms. And there are few chemical equations are there. Try to balance those, and we have uh, chemical equation that is for photosynthesis, and also we have the types of, we have 3 questions in the exercise. In the in-text questions we have 3 questions, question number 1, 2 and 3. All these 3 questions are very important from the examination point of view, because many a time these questions have been, same questions have been repeated in the examination. And also there are 4 types of chemical reactions. One is combination, next is decomposition, next displacement and double displacement. So all these 4 types of chemical reactions are very important. What is a combination reaction? A single product is formed by the reaction of 2 or more reactants. It is called as what? Combination reaction. So what is an example for combination reaction is CaO plus H2O gives to CaOH twice plus heat. That is quicklime in water gives what? The slaked lime plus liberation of heat. When the heat is liberated in an chemical reaction, we call that as exothermic reaction. But all combination reactions are exothermic reactions, because in combination reaction the heat is evolved. What is exothermic reaction? Heat is released or generated with the formation of product. It's called as what? Exothermic chemical reaction. There are few examples are there for. All combination reactions are exothermic reaction, because with the formation of product the heat is evolved or released. Here burning of natural gas is an example. CH4 plus 2O2 gives to CO2 plus 2H2O. It is an exothermic reaction. Why? Because the heat is evolved in the reaction. And also respiration is an exothermic process. Why? Give reason. Because during digestion, food is broken down into simpler substances. For example, rice, potatoes, bread contain carbohydrates, right? These carbohydrates are broken down into simple sugar molecules called as what? Glucose. This glucose combine with oxygen in the cells of our body and provides energy. That is, the heat is evolved, the heat is generated, the energy is liberated. Hence respiration is an exothermic reaction. C6H12O6, glucose plus with combining with oxygen gave us what? 6CO2 plus 6H2O plus energy. And also the decomposition of vegetable matter is also example for exothermic reaction. Give reason. You should know the reason. The next type of reaction is decomposition reaction. What is decomposition reaction? A single reactant decomposes into 2 or more products. It's called as what? Decomposition reaction. What is decomposition reaction? Decomposition reaction is a type of chemical reaction in which a reactant will decompose or splits into 2 or more products, right? Here we have an example. 2FeSO4, that is ferrous sulfate, on heating gives ferric oxide with release of SO2 plus SO3. Very important reaction, very important. You can mark it as important reaction. 2Fe plus SO4 gives what? Fe3O3 plus SO2 plus SO4. SO2 plus SO3. Here you can see a single reactant breaks down to 2 or more products. This is an example for decomposition reaction. Ferrous sulfate crystals lose water when heated. The color of crystal changes. Then it decomposes into ferric oxide, sulfur dioxide, sulfur trioxide. Ferric oxide is a solid, whereas sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide are gases. And also we have one more example, decomposition of calcium carbonate to give calcium oxide and carbon dioxide. So this reaction, that is CaCO3, give us to CaO plus CO2. It is a very important industrial application, because calcium oxide is called lime or quicklime. It has many uses. It is used in the manufacture of cement. Name the compound which is used in the manufacture of cement. It is calcium oxide. What it is? Calcium oxide. What is another name of calcium oxide? It is quicklime. Quicklime. See, we have one more important reaction that is based on the decomposition reaction. Reaction of lead nitrate. The heating of lead nitrate gives what? Lead oxide plus release of brown fumes. What is the brown fumes? It is nitrogen dioxide. So on heating of lead nitrate releases a brown fumes. What is the gas called? It is what? Nitrogen dioxide. Very important reaction again. Based on decomposition reaction, definitely you can expect question. And very important diagram, electrolysis of water. Again I am repeating this question. Name the brown fumes produced on heating lead nitrate. What is the gas called? Nitrogen dioxide. Important diagram, 3-mark diagram, electrolysis of water. We have few more decomposition reaction. When silver chloride on exposed to sunlight, it decomposes into silver chloride and silver and chlorine. When silver chloride on exposing to sunlight, it decomposes into silver and chlorine. So this reaction is used in what? And we have one more reaction. Silver bromide on exposed to what? Sunlight, it gives silver and bromine. See, these kind of reactions, they require energy either in the form of heat, light or electricity for breaking down the reactant. Hence it is called as what? Endothermic reaction. Endothermic reaction in which the heat energy or the light energy or electrical energy is utilized to break the reactants. Hence it is called as what? Endothermic reaction. Endothermic reaction. You can expect the difference between the exothermic and endothermic reactions. And also name the reaction which is used in black and white photography. What is that reaction? 2AgCl gives to 2Ag plus Cl2. A solution of substance X is used in whitewashing. Name the substance. What is the substance which is used in whitewashing? Name a substance which is used for whitewashing. It is calcium oxide. CaO. Its formula is CaO. Write the reaction of substance X with water. That is CaO plus H2O gives CaOH twice. See, why is the amount of gas collected in one of the test tube is double the amount? Because it is an hydrogen gas. Oxygen and hydrogen gas will be in the ratio 1:2. Again, displacement reaction. What is displacement reaction? A high reactive element displaces the less reactive element. Here the iron is more reactive than copper. That means copper is displaced by iron. That is FeSO4 plus Cu. In the same way, you have zinc plus copper sulfate solution. Copper is displaced by zinc because zinc is more reactive than copper. lead plus CuCl2, copper chloride, on gives what? Lead chloride, because lead is more reactive than copper. So in the examination you can expect 4 chemical reactions will be given, where you should identify the incorrect chemical reactions or the equations. Okay. Next what we have is very important, double displacement reaction. What is double displacement reaction? A chemical reaction in which exchange of ions takes place in the solution. Exchange of ions takes place between the reactants is called as what? Double displacement reaction. Here the reactions in which there is an exchange of ions between the reactants are called as what? Double displacement reaction. Example for double displacement reaction is sodium sulfate plus barium chloride gives what? Barium sulfate plus sodium chloride. Here barium sulfate is a precipitate. What is the white precipitate in this reaction? Barium sulfate, right? It is also called as what? Precipitation reaction. Any reaction which produces a precipitate is called as what? Precipitate reaction. It is called as what? Precipitate reaction. Here what is the precipitate formed? It is barium sulfate. What is the precipitate formed?
Barium sulfate.
What is the precipitate formed?
Barium sulfate.
This white precipitate is formed by reaction of which ions? You can see here SO4 2 minus and Ba 2 plus. The reaction of SO4 2 minus and Ba2 plus gives what? The white precipitate, sulfate ion and barium ion. The reaction of sulfate ions and barium ion gives what? The white precipitate, barium sulfate. So you should learn this chemical equation. And next we have is oxidation and reduction. What is oxidation? A chemical reaction in which if a substance gains oxygen is called as what? Oxidation. And those substance is called as oxidized. If a substance loses oxygen during a reaction, it is said to be reduced. That means if the oxygen is removed, then it is called as what? Reduction. If a substance gains oxygen, we call it as
Oxidation.
What is oxidation? A reaction in which a substance gains oxygen. What is reduction? A reaction in which oxygen is lost. If a substance loses oxygen during a reaction, it is called as reduction. If it gains oxygen, it is called as oxidation. In this reaction, 2Cu plus O2, copper is getting oxidized. Copper gains oxygen. That means copper is oxidized. Whereas in this equation, copper oxide, it is losing oxygen. That means CuO is reduced to what? Cu. That means CuO is reduced. See, if oxidation and reduction takes place simultaneously in a chemical reaction, during a chemical reaction, it is called as what? Redox reaction. The chemical reactions in which oxidation reduction takes place, it is called as what? Redox reaction. Right? Here Cu plus H2 gives what? Cu plus H2. Which substance is reduced? CuO is reduced to Cu. Whereas H2 gains oxygen. That means H2 is oxidized. Okay? We have few more examples. ZNO plus gives Zn plus CO. Which substance is reduced here? ZNO is reduced to Zn. The answer is ZNO. Whereas which substance gains oxygen? C. That is, carbon is gaining oxygen. That means the answer is C. Which substance is reduced? ZNO. Which substance is oxidized? C. 4MnO2 plus 4HCl gives MnCl2 plus 2H2O plus Cl2. Which substance is reduced? MnO2. Which substance is gaining oxygen? H hydrogen. Next, we have very important concept, corrosion and rancidity. So when iron article exposed to what the atmosphere, it gets a reddish brown powder left for some time. This process is called as what? Rusting of iron. Generally, for all the metals, we call that as what? Corrosion. In case of copper and silver, we have a in case of copper we have a green coating called as corrosion. In case of silver, it is black. When metal is attacked by substances around it, such as moisture, acids, etc., it is said to corrode. This process is called as what? Corrosion. Very important definition. Corrosion. What is corrosion? When the metal is attacked by substances such as moisture, acids, etc., it will the metal will get corroded. This process is called as corrosion. Whereas we can see the black coating on silver articles and green coating on the copper are examples of corrosion. Whereas in case of iron, the rust is formed. How can you avoid rusting? You can avoid rusting by you can paint the iron articles to avoid corrosion, and also you can use lubricants, and coating a layer of zinc is called as galvanization, right? So these are the ways by which you can avoid coating corrosion. See, what is rancidity? When oil containing food or food containing oil, if it is exposed to air or kept for a long time, what happens? It gets oxidized, gives to what? The food gets spoiled and gives bad smell. This process is called as what? Rancidity. How can you prevent rancidity? You can prevent rancidity by using antioxidants, or in case of chips manufacturer, usually they flush chips with gas such as nitrogen to prevent the rancidity. What is rancidity? It is nothing but oxidation reaction. How rancidity can be prevented? By using antioxidants. What are antioxidants? Antioxidants are the substance which prevent oxidation. Is called as what? Antioxidants. So food containing oil are usually flushed with some kind of gases to prevent what? Rancidity. In case of chip manufacturer, they flush the nitrogen gas. Why? To prevent the rancidity of the chips. That's why usually it is not preferred to eat the chips outside. So dear students, from this unit you can expect around 5 to 6 marks based on the chemical reaction balancing. Definite questions will be there based on the double displacement reaction, based on the decomposition reaction. Those reactions are very important. The difference between exothermic, endothermic, and why combination reaction is an exothermic reaction. All these concepts are very important. So if you study concept, see, if you revise the chapter by reading textbook, you can finish each chapter by 30 minutes. If you start reading any workbook or worksheet, then it will be very difficult to complete the portions. Especially if you want to score good marks in science, you should read textbook. And also, by making a note of each point in a notebook is very important, because you should remember those key words to write in the examination. Now the unit acid, bases and salt, again it is a very important unit from the examination point of view. Here the important thing what you are going to learn is the taste of acids. Acids are sour in taste and they change the color of blue litmus to red. Acids, difference between acid and bases. Acids are sour in taste, which change the blue litmus to red. Opposite to that is red litmus to blue, that is changed by the bases which are bitter in taste. Acids are sour in taste and they change the what? blue litmus to red, whereas the bases are taste, which taste? Bases are bitter in taste, and they change the color of red litmus to blue litmus. What is litmus? Litmus is a indicator. It is a natural indicator which indicates the presence of acid or bases by changing the color. Turmeric is an another indicator. Next, you should learn the examples for olfactory indicators. What are olfactory indicators? The substance which changes the odor, that means smell. The substance which changes its smell in the presence of acid or base is called as olfactory indicators. Example for olfactory indicators is very important. Examples for olfactory indicators are vanilla essence, onion, and clove are the examples for olfactory indicators. What are olfactory indicators? Olfactory indicators are the substance which changes its odor in the presence of acid or base is called as what? Olfactory indicators. Now we'll see the reaction of acid and bases with the metals. This diagram, that is reaction of zinc granules with dilute sulfuric acid and testing hydrogen gas, very important 3-mark diagram. Very important. The 3-mark diagram will be asked from acid, bases or salt, or from metals and non-metals. Reaction of zinc granules with dilute sulfuric acid and testing of hydrogen gas. Very important question diagram. Next, when acid reacts with metal, which gas is released? The release hydrogen. They release what? Hydrogen gas. When metal react with acid, hydrogen gas is evolved or it is released with what? With forming compound salt. We have an example here, 2NaOH. The reaction of zinc with sodium hydroxide gives what? Sodium zincate. Please write down the reaction in a notebook. Reaction of zinc with what? Sodium hydroxide gives what? Sodium zincate. Sodium zincate. One more question can be asked like this. The reaction of zinc with the base sodium hydroxide gives what? Or the name the product formed when the zinc reacts with sodium hydroxide. What is the answer? Sodium zincate. Na2ZnO2. Na2ZnO2 with release of hydrogen gas. How do metal carbonates and metal hydrogen carbonates react with acid? Metal carbonates, metal hydrogen carbonate reacting with acid releases what? Carbon dioxide gas. Name the gas release when sodium carbonate and sodium hydrogen carbonate is reacts with acid. What is the gas released? Carbon dioxide gas. These reactions are very important from the examination point of view. Very important reactions from the examination point of view. On passing carbon dioxide gas through this lime water, what we get is, we get a white precipitate called as what? Calcium carbonate. Again, on passing excess carbon dioxide, what we get is calcium hydrogen carbonate. What we get is calcium hydrogen carbonate, which is soluble in water. It is not a precipitate, it is a soluble substance. Let me revise this concept. The reaction of metal carbonates and metal hydrogen carbonates with acid gives the release of what? The carbon dioxide gas with formation of salt and water. On passing this carbon dioxide, the release carbon dioxide gas through what? Lime water. It forms a white precipitate called as what? Calcium carbonate. On passing excess carbon dioxide gas through this calcium carbonate, it forms a soluble substance called as what? Calcium hydrogen carbonate. What it is?
calcium hydrogen carbonate.
We can see a metal carbonate or metal hydrogen carbonate with acid gives what? Salt, carbon dioxide and water. Metal reacts with acid gives which gas? Hydrogen gas. Metal carbonate or metal hydrogen carbonate with acid gives carbon dioxide gas. You should know the difference between these two. Metal react with acid to form what? Which gas? Metal react with acid to form which gas? Metal carbonate or metal hydrogen carbonate with acid gives which gas?
Carbon dioxide.
Now the next important concept is how acid and bases react with each other. Acid and base react with each other to form what? Salt and water. This is called as what? Neutralization reaction. The reaction between acid and the base to give salt and water is called as what? Neutralization reaction. Base plus acid gives what? Salt plus water. Example, NaOH, which is a base, react with acid. HCl gives NaCl, which is a salt, and it gives what? Water. It is an example for neutralization reaction, a chemical reaction in which acid and base reacts to form what? Salt and water is called neutralization reaction. Now, reaction of metallic oxide with acid. Metallic oxide reacts with acid to give salt and water. To give salt and water, acid should react with what? Base. That means here metal oxide reacts as a what? Base, which is basic in nature. Metal oxides are basic in nature, which reacts with acid to give what? Salt and water. Now, in the same way, the reaction of non-metallic oxide with base. The reaction of non-metallic oxide with base gives what? Salt and water. That means the non-metallic oxides are acidic in nature. Acidic in nature. Metal oxides are basic in nature. Non-metallic oxides are acid in nature. So example for non-metallic oxide is? Yes, example for non-metallic oxide is calcium hydroxide, which can be asked in MCQ. Here the example for non-metallic oxide is carbon dioxide and metallic oxide is?
Calcium hydroxide.
Yes. Make a note of this. Example for non-metallic is calcium dioxide. Example for metallic oxide is calcium hydroxide. Example for non-metallic oxide is calcium dioxide. So it's confusing here. I'll write here. You can write down non-metallic oxide. It is calcium. Example for non-metallic oxide is carbon dioxide. Metallic oxide is
Calcium hydroxide.
calcium.
Hydroxide.
So let me conclude. Example for non-metallic oxide is carbon dioxide. Metallic oxide is calcium hydroxide. So non-metallic oxides are acidic in nature. Metallic oxides are basic in nature. So all these questions are very important to try to revise in text question, and also acid solution in water conducts electricity, important 3 or 2 mark. 2, it can be asked for 2 or 3 mark. Next, what do all acids and bases have in common? All the acids will have H plus ion, Acid contains H plus ions. Acid contains H plus ions, hydrogen ions. Acid in water produces H plus ions. Acid in water produces what? H plus ions. Whereas base has hydroxyl ion, hydroxide ion. Acid has H. Acid has H plus ions. Base has OH minus ions. Acid has what? H plus ions. Bases has OH minus ions in water. So these H plus ions are responsible for their acidic properties. See, acid in water gives a H plus ions. Again, this H plus ion combines with water molecule to form what? Hydronium ion. H3O plus. H3O plus. Why hydronium ion is formed? Because hydrogen ions cannot exist alone. Hence, it combines with water molecules to form hydronium ion. 1 mark definition. Define hydronium ion. H3O plus ion is called as hydronium ion. Simple definition, otherwise you can write hydrogen cannot exist alone. It reacts with water molecule, hence it forms hydronium ion. What is hydronium ion? H3O plus. Again, NaOH in water gives Na plus OH minus. That means all bases have what? Hydroxide ions in common. The bases which are soluble in water, the bases which are soluble in water are called as what? Alkalis. This question has been asked in preparatory. What are alkalis? Alkalis are the substances or the bases which are soluble in water are called as what? Alkalis. Definition of hydronium ion and alkalis are important. Again, we have the concept in the process of dissolving acid or base in water is highly exothermic one. That means more amount of heat is evolved. That means we must have some precautions when you are dissolving an acid or base in the water. That means the acid must always be added slowly to water with constant stirring. Acid must be always added to the water, not water to acid. Because if you add water to acid, because it is an highly exothermic reaction, the acid might be splashed out and it can cause injury. If water is added to the concentrated acid, the heat generated may cause the mixture to splash out and cause burns. Hence, it is always advised to put acid to the water slowly with constant stirring. So, mixing, again, it is a very important concept. Mixing acid or base with water results in the decrease of ions. Mixing, that means that process is called as what? Dilution. Dilution means adding water to the acid or bases, which results in the decrease of H plus or OH minus ions in acid or base. Such process is called as what? Dilution. See, out of 6 questions in the in-text question, definite 1 question will be asked. So, very simple question. Make a note of all those questions, study those questions. Why does aqueous solution of acid conducts the electricity? Because acid in water gives its respective ions, that is H plus and H plus ion, cation and anion, right, which is responsible for the conduction of electricity. Why does dry HCl gas does not change the color of dry litmus paper? Because it does not produce any ions. While diluting an acid, it is recommended that acid should be added to water, because if water is added to acid, what happens? The mixture is the heat produced results in the splashing out of the mixture. How is the concentration of hydronium ion affected when a solution of acid is diluted? It decreases, right? How strong are acid or bases? It is measured by a scale called as what? pH scale. A scale for measuring hydrogen ion concentration in a solution is called as what? pH scale. pH scale ranges from 0 to 14. 0 to 7 is acidic in nature. 7 to 14 is basic in nature. 7 or 7 is what? Neutral solution. A solution has a pH of 5. That means the solution is acidic or basic in nature. Acidic in nature. A solution has a pH of 14. What is the nature of the solution? Basic. A solution has pH of 7. What is the nature of the solution? Neutral solution, right? So with the increase in value of pH scale, the basic property increases. With decrease in what? The pH value, that means the acidic property increases. Exactly 7 gives what? The neutral solution. 7 to 14, OH minus ion increases. 0 to 7, H plus ion. The strength of acid or base depends on the number of H plus or OH minus ions produced. Acid that produces more H plus ions are called strong acid. Less H plus ion, weak acids. Now the next concept is importance of pH in everyday life. Based on this concept, 1 mark question will be asked or 2 marks. What is acid rain? When the pH of the rainwater is less than 5.6 is called as what? Acid rain. Next, what is the pH of the soil in your backyard? Plant requires specific pH range for their healthy growth. In case of decrease in the pH, in case of decrease in the pH value of the soil, you can use a suitable base to neutralize it. pH in our digestive system, our stomach produces the highly concentrated acid called as what? Hydrochloric acid. This acid helps in the digestion of food without harming the stomach. How? The stomach produces one more substance called as what? Mucus, which protects the inner lining of the stomach. Whereas during indigestion, the stomach produces too much acid. This causes what? Pain and irritation. This is called as what? This condition is called as acidity. To treat the acidity, we use some kind of bases called as what? Antacids. Antacids are basic in nature. In case of excess acid, in case of acidity, what is the prescribed medicine? Antacids. Antacids neutralize the excess acid produced in the stomach. Example for antacids are magnesium hydroxide, which is milk of magnesia. pH change as a cause of tooth decay. Next, tooth enamel is made up of calcium hydroxyapatite. What is tooth enamel is made up of? So bacteria present in the mouth produces acids by degradation of sugar and food particles remaining in the mouth after eating. The best way to prevent the tooth decay is what? By using toothpaste. Toothpaste are generally basic in nature. Why? Because the acids produced by the acid produced by the degradation of the sugar by the bacteria. It should be neutralized, right, to prevent the tooth decay. Hence we use what? Suitable toothpaste to prevent what? Tooth decay. Self-defense by animals and plants through what? Chemical warfare. Honeybee or bee sting, if it bites, it causes what? Pain and irritation. What it contains? It contains an acid called as what? methanoic acid. The sting of bee contains which acid? Methanoic acid. What is another name of methanoic? Formic acid. How we can prevent? How can you reduce the pain and irritation by using what? Mild acid like baking soda, which gives what? Relief. So all this you can check it out. The acid present in some of the natural resources. What is acid present in curd? It is lactic acid, lemon, citric acid, tomato, oxalic acid, tamarind, tartaric acid, orange, citric acid, vinegar, acetic acid, nettle sting, methanoic acid, or formic acid. Now more about salt. Family of salts, definite 2-mark question. The reaction of here, when electricity is passed through aqueous solution of sodium chloride, is called what? Brine. What is brine? When electricity is passed through aqueous solution of sodium chloride, brine, it decomposes to form sodium hydroxide. This process is called as what? Chloralkali process. Chloralkali process. The products formed here as chlorine, hydrogen, and NOH, right? This has many uses, right? Chlorine gas is produced at the anode. Chlorine gas is produced at the anode. Hydrogen gas is produced at the cathode. And sodium hydroxide solution is formed near the cathode. Okay, you can see here, right, in the figure. Now we should know the uses of all this. Define chloralkali process. Write the products formed. Write the uses of each product formed. What is chloralkali process? When the electricity is passed through an aqueous solution of sodium chloride, it is called what? Brine. It decomposes to form sodium hydroxide. The process is called as what? Chloralkali process. 2NaCl. Reaction is very important. 2NaCl plus 2H2 give us what? 2NaOH plus Cl2 plus H2. Name the products form. Name the products from in chloralkali process. It is sodium hydroxide, chlorine, and hydrogen. See what is the uses of chlorine gas? Chlorine gas, water treatment, swimming pools, PVC, disinfectant, CFCs, and pesticides. Uses of hydrogen gas, fuels, margarine, ammonia for fertilizers. Uses of sodium hydroxide, degreasing metals, soaps and detergent, paper making, and artificial satellite. Important 3-mark question. Define chloralkali process, write the products formed in chloralkali process, and write the uses of each product formed in the chloralkali process. And also the chlorine gas is produced as which anode? Hydrogen gas is produced at which electrode? It is cathode. Now the salts, we have salts, right? Bleaching powder, baking soda, washing soda. Here with the uses, you should know the preparation also. You should know how bleaching powder is prepared. You should know how baking soda is prepared. You should know how the washing soda is prepared. Preparation is very important. Not only with the uses, you should know the preparation of those salts with chemical equations. And also the POP and also the concept of water of crystallization is also very important. Now we'll see each bleaching powder. How bleaching powder is produced? Bleaching powder is produced by the action of chlorine on the dry slaked lime, that is calcium hydroxide. Bleaching the chemical name for bleaching powder is CaOCl2. Uses, we can read it for 2 marks. Baking soda, how baking soda is prepared. The baking soda is commonly used in the kitchen for making tasty crispy, right? What is the compound What is the name of the baking soda? Sodium hydrogen carbon. It is produced by using sodium chloride as one of the raw materials. NaCl plus H2O plus CO2 plus NaC gives NH4 plus Cl plus Na with CO3, sodium hydrogen carbon, which is a baking soda. Baking soda, baking powder is prepared by using baking soda. See, sodium hydrogen carbonate is also used as an ingredient in antacids. That means it is basic in nature. And also baking soda is used in what? Soda acid fire extinguishers. For making baking powder, mixture of baking soda, sodium hydrogen carbon and mild edible acids such as tartaric acid. If it is mixed, what happens? You get baking powder. So which gas is produced during the reaction which causes the bread or cake to rise? Carbon dioxide gas is produced, which makes them soft and spongy. Uses of washing soda is very important. And also water of crystallization. Water of crystallization is the fixed number of water molecules present in one formula unit of salt. So preparation of washing soda is also very important. How washing soda is prepared? Washing soda is prepared by the heating baking soda, and recrystallization of sodium carbon gives what? Washing soda. Na2CO3 plus 10H2 gives Na2CO3 dot 10H2O. That means Na2 contains 10 molecules of water. Plaster of Paris. On heating gypsum of 373 Kelvin, it loses water molecules and become calcium sulfate hemihydrate. This is called as what? Plaster of Paris. The substance which doctors used plaster for supporting fractured bones is what? POP. POP is a white powder. On mixing with water, it changes to gypsum. CaSO4 dot half H2O plus 1.5 H2O gives what? CaSO4 dot 2 H2O. Uses of POP is also very important. POP is used in making what? Toys, materials for decoration and making surfaces smooth, and also it is used by the doctors in supporting the fractured bone. So very simple and easy chapter to score 7 marks or 6 to 7 marks. With the uses of salts, you should know the preparation of those salt with the chemical reaction, and also the common name of those salts or the chemical name is also very important. And also chloralkali process, neutralization reaction, all those are very important. The acid present in bee sting is methanoic acid or formic acid. Example for antacids are milk of magnesia. It is used in what? Acidity. pH scale, all those are very important concepts. Definition of hydronium ion. So you should read the textbook to score good marks. Unit life process, you can expect 7 to 8 marks from this unit, and also 4 or 5 marks questions from this unit. So very important chapter, you can expect 4 marks diagram also and 3 mark question. So in this chapter what you need to concentrate is definition of life process, the processes involved to maintain the life of an individual, and the 4 in-text questions. By diffusion insufficient to meet the oxygen requirement of multicellular organisms like humans? What criteria do we use to decide whether something is alive or not? What are outside raw materials used by an organism? What process you consider essential for maintaining the life, like nutrition, digestion, respiration, transportation, excretion. So coming to the nutrition, Here the important thing, uh, the difference between autotrophic and heterotrophic nutrition is very important, and also the chemical equation representing photosynthesis, the chemical equation for photosynthesis. And for 3 mark question, events that takes place during the photosynthesis, that is absorption of light energy by chlorophyll, conversion of light energy to chemical energy and splitting water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen, reduction of carbon dioxide to carbohydrates. These are the 3 events that takes place during photosynthesis. Again 3 mark question. Desert plant take carbon dioxide gas at night. Give reason. Important question. And important diagram, open and close stomatal pore, and also the function of God cells. The function of God cells, the function of stomatal pore during photosynthesis is an important question. Function of God cells: when God cells swell, that is water flows into them causing stomatal pore to open. Similarly, the pore closes if the God cell shrink. And important concept, heterotrophic nutrition. Difference between autotrophic and heterotrophic nutrition, very important, 2 or 3 mark question. And the nutrition in amoeba. So you can write the stepwise if it is asked for 3 marks with diagram, with a simple diagram. And coming to nutrition in human beings, nutrition in human beings, you should list down all the parts of the human alimentary canal with their function. So in one of the exam they have asked. So starting from the mouth, you should list down all the functions of the alimentary canal. So what is alimentary canal? It is a basically long tube extending from mouth to the anus. Here the function of the saliva. The saliva contains an enzyme called as what? Salivary amylase, that breaks down the starch into simple sugar. In one of the exam, the question has been asked, the chapati tastes sweeter when it is chewed. Give reason. Because chapati contains starch, when salivary amylase acts on it converted into simple sugar. And the function of the muscular tongue. Next, the meaning of peristaltic movements from the mouth. The function of stomach, it releases 3 important gastric juices. What are those? Hydrochloric acid, pepsin and mucus. The function of hydrochloric acid, the function of protein digesting enzyme pepsin and mucus. You should know the function of each gastric juice. The function of hydrochloric acid is it creates acidic medium which facilitates the action of enzyme pepsin, and also it kills any microorganism which enters the stomach. The function of mucus is it protects the inner lining of the stomach from the action of the acid. The function of sphincter muscle, and the longest part of the alimentary canal is what? Small intestine. The longest part of the alimentary canal is small intestine. So the length of the small intestine differs in various animals depending on the food they eat. Herbivores eating grass need a longer small intestine to digest the cellulose, whereas meat is easier to digest. Hence, carnivores like tigers have shorter small intestine. What they have? And also, based on small intestine, there are three questions are there. One is the longest part is what? Longest part of the alimentary canal is small intestine, and also the part of complete digestion is small intestine. The small intestine is a complete site of complete digestion of carbohydrate, proteins, and fats. So the function of bile juice, how fats are digested, very important question. How fats are digested in our body. Function of trypsin, trypsin for digesting proteins, lipase for breaking down the emulsified fat. The emulsification of fat is very important. The walls of small intestine contain glands which secretes intestinal juice. The enzyme present in it convert the proteins to what? Proteins to amino acid, complex carbohydrates to glucose, and fats to fatty acids and glycerol. How the function of villi. The function of villi, again 2 mark important question. So from the concept or the part unit, definitely you can expect the question. The function of digested food is taken up by the walls of the intestine. The inner lining of the small intestine has numerous finger-like projections called villi, which increase the surface area of absorption. The villi are richly supplied with what? Blood vessels, and take the absorbed food to each and every cell of the body, where it is utilized for obtaining energy, building up new tissues, and repair the old tissue. The waste, the unabsorbed food, is sent to the large intestine, where its wall absorb more water from its material, and rest of the material is removed from the body as waste via anus. The exit of which this waste is material is regulated by anal sphincter. Difference between autotrophic and heterotrophic nutrition. Role of acid in our stomach. Function of digestive enzymes. You should list down each and every digestive enzyme starting from salivary amylase. Again 3 mark important question. Breakdown of glucose by various pathways. So the 6-carbon molecule is in cytoplasm converted into 3-carbon molecule. Again, in absence of oxygen, it is converted to ethanol, carbon dioxide, and energy. Lack of oxygen, that is in our muscle cells, it is converted into lactic acid and energy. The presence of oxygen, carbon dioxide, water, and energy. Means during sudden activity, cramps are caused due to the buildup of lactic acid in our stomach, in our muscles. What is the 6-carbon molecule? It is a glucose. What is the 3-carbon molecule? It is pyruvate. The energy released during the cellular respiration is immediately used to synthesize a molecule called as ATP. ATP, which is used to fuel all the activities in the cell. In these processes, ATP is broken down, giving rise to fixed amount of energy. So the energy currency in our body is ATP. So this ATP molecule give energy for the endothermic reaction that takes place in the cell. Difference between aerobic and anaerobic respiration, again important 3-mark question. Plants exchange gases through stomata. So give reason. At night when there is no photosynthesis occurring, CO2 elimination is a major exchange. Give reason. Why? Important question. At night there is no photosynthesis takes place because of absence of sunlight. But instead oxygen is released at this time. So terrestrial animals can breathe the oxygen in the atmosphere, but the aquatic animals that live in water need to use the oxygen that is dissolved in the water. Again give reason question. Since the amount of dissolved oxygen is fairly low compared to the amount of oxygen in the air, the rate of breathing in aquatic animals is much faster than that seen in the terrestrial organisms. Very important question. So the breathing rate is faster in case of aquatic animals because the amount of dissolved oxygen is fairly low compared to the amount of oxygen present in the air. Now we'll see the next life process, that is respiration. In human beings, air is taken into the body through what? Nostrils. That is the function of the nostril. You should know the function of nostril and the function of fine hairs present inside the nostril, and also rings, the functions of rings of cartilage. It ensures that air passage does not collapse. Function of rings of cartilage, and also the function of alveoli, and how oxygen and carbon dioxide is transported in the human beings. Very important question. How oxygen and carbon dioxide transported in human beings. Oxygen is carried by the respiratory pigment hemoglobin, whereas the carbon dioxide, which is soluble in water, is mostly transported in dissolved form in our blood itself. So how the transport of oxygen and carbon dioxide in human beings is very important question. So oxygen is transported by the respiratory pigment, which has high affinity towards oxygen, whereas carbon dioxide is transported in the dissolved form. That is, carbon dioxide is soluble in water and it is transported in dissolved form. Transportation in human beings. So important diagram, heart and also function of each part of the heart, and double circulation. The concept of double circulation is also very important. The 3-chambered heart is more advantageous than 2-chambered heart. Why oxygenated and deoxygenated blood is separated. You should know all these concepts, and definitely you should learn about the concept of double circulation, and you should know the difference between arteries, veins and capillaries. You should know the difference between what? Arteries, veins and capillaries. arteries have thick and elastic wall, whereas veins have what? Yes, they don't need thick walls. The function of platelets along with the function of lymph. So many times the function of lymph has repeated in the exam, and also the platelet function of platelet, like blood clotting. So transportation in plants, transport of water and transport of soluble minerals, transport of food, transport of exchange of gases, very important, definite 3 mark question. And also you should know the concept of transpiration and translocation. Difference between transpiration and translocation: transpiration is the loss of water from the plant body, whereas translocation is the transportation of food. Transportation of food you should know. And also, so how the food is transported? Using what? ATP molecule. ATP you already know that ATP is used to what? To carry out endothermic reaction, or it is energy is released. And excretion, see all this from the unit life process. All the in-text questions are very important. Try to read all the in-text questions. And excretion in human beings, function of each part, and also definition of excretion, and how carbon dioxide is removed from the blood, and function and structure of nephron is very important. For many years, brain and heart have been repeatedly asked in the exam. This year, chances are there that you can expect structure of nephron. And the urinary bladder is muscular, and we have the control to urinate, because the bladder is muscular and it is nervous control. And very important question I have missed out. And list down all the excretory products in plants. Important question for your examination. Dear students, try to read out all the in-text questions first from the unit life process. Try to practice all the diagrams. Maximum you can expect 7 to 8 marks from this unit. So in biology, the important thing is you should attempt all the questions. So unit metals and non-metals, very important chapter. You can score around 6 to 7 marks, and you can expect 3 mark 1 question from this chapter. Now under the physical properties of metals, you can expect the definition of the metallic luster property, that is metal in their pure state have a shining surface. The shining surface of the metal is, this property of the metals is called luster. Next, so you can expect questions like why the jewelry is made up of gold or silver. So the important property used in making jewelry is because of their lustrous property, and also generally the gold and silver, they do not react with the atmosphere. Next the important definition 1 mark, it is malleability. The metals which can be beaten into thin sheets, this property is called as malleability. Which is the most malleable metals? Gold and silver. What is malleability? The metals which can be beaten into thin sheets, this property of the metal is called as malleability. The most malleable metals are gold and silver. And also make a note of all these keywords. Next, the physical property, the important physical property of metal, it is ductility. What is ductility? The ability of the metals to be drawn into thin wires. The metals which can be drawn into thin wires is called as what? Ductility. Gold is the most ductile metal. Which is the most ductile metal? Gold is the most ductile metal. Because of malleability and ductility, the metals can be given different shapes according to our needs. That's why metals are used for making cooking vessels. Next, the conductivity of the metals. The best conductor of heat are gold, copper and silver. These are the good conductors of heat. So usually metals are good conductor of heat and have high melting point. Lead and mercury are comparatively poor conductors of heat. Good conductors of heat are silver and copper, whereas the bad conductors, poor conductors of heat are lead and mercury. And also the metals, they do conduct, they are good conductors of electricity. Metals are good conductors of electricity. And also when you strike the metal on a hard surface, they produce sound. The metals that produces sound on striking a hard surface, this property of the metals are called as what? Sonorous. This property of the metal is called as what? Sonorous. What are the important physical properties you have learnt now? It is lustrous, malleability, ductility, sonorous. They are good conductors of heat and good conductors of electricity. Now the non-metals. See, some of the examples for non-metals are carbon, sulfur, iodine, oxygen, hydrogen, etc. See, except bromine exists in the form of liquid. Name the non-metal which exists in liquid form. It is bromine. Name the metal which exists in liquid form at room temperature. It is mercury. Metal. The metal which exists as liquid at room temperature, it is mercury. The non-metal which exists as liquid at room temperature is bromine. All metals except mercury exist as solid. That means the mercury exists as liquid at room temperature. Metals have high melting point, but gallium and caesium have low melting point. So these two metals, if you keep on your palm, it will melt. Iodine is a non-metal, but it shows the property of lustrous. Carbon is a non-metal that can exist in different form. Each form is called as what? Allotrope. This property of carbon is called as allotropy. Diamond, an allotrope of carbon, is the hardest substance known. It has very high melting point and boiling point. Graphite, another allotrope of carbon, is a good conductor of electricity. The allotropy form of carbon is diamond and graphite. Diamond is a hardest substance, whereas graphite is a good conductor of electricity. Alkali metals, lithium, sodium, potassium, are so soft that they can be cut with a knife. They have low densities and low melting point. Based on these physical properties, it has been classified as metals and non-metals, but that is not enough to classify the elements as metals and non-metals. You need to study what the chemical properties of metals and non-metals. Non-metals produce acidic oxide when dissolved in water. On the other hand, most metals give us to basic oxide. Metals are basic oxide, non-metals are acidic oxide. Already we have learnt in the unit acid, bases and salt. Now we have few questions in the exercise. Name the metal which is a liquid at room temperature. The answer is mercury, which can be cut with a knife. Metal which can be cut with a knife, it is sodium, lithium and potassium. Next, which is the metal which is best conductor of heat? It is copper and silver. Poor conductor of heat? Lead and mercury. You know the meaning of malleability and ductility. So all this based on the physical properties of metals and non-metals, you can expect 1 mark definition, or it can be asked in the form of give reasons. Now the chemical properties of metal. What happens when the metal is burnt in oxygen? It gives what? Metal oxide. Example, copper, when it is heated in air, it combines with oxygen to form copper oxide, a black oxide. Copper plus oxygen gives copper oxide. Similarly, aluminium forms aluminium oxide. Aluminium plus oxygen gives aluminium oxide. That is, in general, metal on burning gives metal oxide. Copper on burning gives copper oxide. Aluminium on burning gives aluminium oxide. Now, very important concept, amphoteric oxide. Metal oxides such as aluminium oxide, zinc oxide show acidic as well as basic behavior. Such metal oxides are called as what? Amphoteric oxide. Metal oxides which react with both acid as well as base to produce salt and water is called as what? Amphoteric oxide. Example, it is aluminium oxide and zinc oxide. Aluminium oxide and zinc oxide. Example for amphoteric oxides are aluminium oxide and zinc oxide. Aluminium oxide, it reacts with acid to give salt and water, and also aluminium oxide reacts with base to give salt and water again. That means aluminium acts as acid as well as base to produce what? Salt and water. Hence, aluminium oxide is a amphoteric oxide. In the same way, you can give example for zinc oxide. Most metal oxides are soluble in water, but some of this dissolve in water to form alkalis. Metal oxides which are soluble in water to form alkalis. Example, sodium oxide, potassium oxide dissolve in water to produce alkalis. So they can ask question like, name the metal oxides when dissolved in water gives alkalis. Example is sodium oxide and potassium oxide. What are alkalis? This definition we have already learnt in acid, bases and salt. The base which can be dissolved in water is called as what? Alkalis. The bases which dissolved in water is called as alkalis. Alva. Now the next important concept, metals such as potassium and sodium react so vigorously that they catch fire if it is kept in the open. Hence, to protect them and to prevent accidental fires, they are kept immersed in the kerosene oil. So metals such as potassium and sodium are so reactive that if it catches fire if it is kept open. Hence, to protect them, it is stored under what? Kerosene oil. So the questions can be why sodium and potassium are stored under kerosene oil, because it acts vigorously and it catches fire when it is kept in the open. Hence, to protect them and to prevent accidental fires, it is kept immersed in the kerosene oil. At ordinary temperatures, metals such as magnesium, aluminum, zinc are covered with a thin layer of oxide. The protective oxide layer prevents the metal from further oxidation. Iron does not burn on heating, but iron fillings burn vigorously when sprinkled in the in the flame of the burner. So even silver and gold, they do not react with oxygen even at high temperature. That's why the gold and silver are usually uh, used for making jewelries, because of its lustrous property, and also it does not react with any other metal or non-metal. It is unreactive. What happens when metals react with water? Very important diagram. Action of steam on metal for 3 mark. 3 mark question. Next, metal plus water gives metal oxide plus hydrogen gas. When metal reacts with water, it gives what? Metal oxide and hydrogen gas. Name the gas produced when metals react with water. The answer is hydrogen gas. Metal oxide are soluble in water. Dissolve it in further to form metal hydroxide. Metal oxide again, which is soluble in water, again it forms what? Metal hydroxide. Metal plus water gives metal oxide plus hydrogen. Metal oxide plus water gives metal hydroxide. Metals like potassium and sodium react violently with cold water. In case of sodium and potassium, the reaction is so violent and exothermic, the heat that the evolved hydrogen immediately catches fire. Sodium and potassium, it reacts with cold water violently, and it is so exothermic that the heat produced is enough to burn the oxygen. 2K plus H2H2 gives 2KOH. The same way sodium. So the reaction of calcium with water is a very important reaction. The reaction of calcium with water is less violent. The heat evolved is not sufficient for the hydrogen to catch fire. The reaction is calcium Ca plus 2H2O gives CaOH twice plus H2. Calcium starts floating because the bubbles of the hydrogen gas formed stick to the surface of the metal, whereas magnesium does not react with cold water. Instead, the magnesium reacts with what? Hot water to form magnesium hydroxide and hydrogen. It starts again floating due to the bubbles of the hydrogen gas sticking to its surface. Metals like aluminum, iron, zinc do not react with cold or hot water. They react with steam to form metal oxide and hydrogen. See, based on this, the reaction of water, that is reaction of metals with hot water, cold water and steam, out of these three concepts, definitely one question will be there in the examination. What happens when metal react with acid? Already we have learned, when the metal react with acid, it gives salt and hydrogen gas. It produces hydrogen gas. Metal plus dilute acid gives salt and hydrogen gas. Again, very important paragraph here. Hydrogen gas is not evolved when the metal reacts with nitric acid. When the metal reacts with nitric acid, it does not produce hydrogen gas. Why? Because HNO3, the nitric acid HNO3 is a strong oxidizing agent. Whatever the hydrogen produce, it will be oxidized to water and it will get reduced to any one of the nitrogen oxides. Hence, hydrogen gas is not evolved when a metal reacts with nitric acid. Why nitric acid? When a metal reacts with nitric acid, hydrogen gas is not produced because it is a strong oxidizing agent. It oxidizes the hydrogen produced to what? Water, and reduced to what? And itself get reduced to one of the nitrogen oxides. Now the next is, how do metals react with solutions of other metal salts? So this is an example for displacement reaction, where the highly reactive element displaces what? The less reactive element. This is called as what? Displacement reaction. Reactive metals can displace less reactive metals. This kind of reaction is called as what? Displacement reaction. Here metal A plus salt solution of B gives salt solution of A plus metal B. So when the iron nail is dipped in copper sulfate solution, what happens? The iron is more reactive than the copper. Iron displaces copper from its solution. Next, the important thing is reactivity series. At least you should know this reactivity is. Based on the reactivity series, again you can expect the question. Try to read all these in text questions. How do metals and non-metals react? See, metals and non-metals react to form what? Ionic compounds. We'll see the reaction of sodium with chlorine to form sodium chloride. See, sodium has one electron in its outermost shell. If it is loses one electron from its M shell, it becomes, now the outermost shell of the sodium becomes what? Octet structure. Now in case of chlorine, has 7 electrons in the outermost shell. What happens now? If it gains one electron, if it is gained one electron, what happens? It completes the octet structure. Now in case of sodium, it loses electron. In case of chlorine, it gains one electron to obtain the octet structure. Now the reaction between sodium and chlorine takes place. You can see here, sodium has one valence electron in the outermost shell. It loses to form what? Na plus. Now in the same way, chlorine has 7 electrons in its valence shell. It gains one electron to complete the octet structure. This is how the sodium chloride is formed. This is how the formation of sodium chloride, that is the reaction between metals and non-metals to form what? Ionic compound. In the same way, you can see the formation of magnesium chloride. Magnesium has 2 electrons in its valence shell. If it loses 2 electrons, what happens? It will complete the octet structure, whereas chlorine has 7 electrons in the valence shell. If it gains 1 electron, it will complete the octet structure. Now the 2 electrons of the magnesium is donated to each of the chlorine atom to form what? Magnesium chloride, MgCl2. MgCl2. See here, the compounds which are formed in this manner by the transfer of electrons, that is from a metal to a non-metal, are known as what? Ionic compounds or electrovalent compounds. What are ionic compounds? The compound which are formed by the transfer of electrons between metal and non-metals is known as what? Ionic compounds. In my preparatory they have asked how the ionic compounds are formed. Otherwise, the reaction between metal and non-metal results in the formation of ionic compounds. Explain. You can take the you can take the example of sodium chloride or magnesium chloride, and if we explain, you will get 3 out of 3 marks. Now we'll see the properties of ionic compounds. Again, the important diagram, testing of conductivity of salt solution. Ionic compounds are physical. Ionic compounds are solid. In nature, they have ionic compounds have high melting and boiling point. Ionic compounds are insoluble. Now, extraction of metals is a very important concept based on the reactivity series. See, these are very highly reactive metals, less reactive metals, and gold and silver are found in the free state because it is non-reactive. Gold, silver, platinum and copper are found in the free state, hence it is just extracted as the metal itself. Copper and silver are also found in the combined state as their sulfide or oxide source. So metals on the top of the activity series are so reactive they are never found in the free state, whereas the metals in the middle of the reactivity series, zinc, iron, lead, copper, are moderately reactive. These are found in the earth crust as mainly oxides, sulfides or carbonates. Thus, based on the reactivity, we can group the metals into 3 categories, that is metals of low reactivity and metals of medium reactivity and metals of high reactivity. Metals of low reactivity is gold and silver. Metals of medium reactivity it is zinc, iron, lead and copper. Metals of high reactivity, sodium, potassium, calcium, magnesium and aluminum. Based on the reactivity of these metals, we use different processes to extract the metals. Now you can see the diagram flowchart here. Ore, next step is concentration of ore. Next, metals of high reactivity is extracted by electrolysis, and after electrolysis it is purified to form what? Pure metals. Metals of high reactivity, it is obtained by the process of electrolysis and then it is purified. Metals of medium reactivity, that is of two types, carbonate ores, are extracted by the process of calcination. Carbonate or calcination, sulfide or rusting. You should know the difference between calcination and roasting. Again, the metals of medium reactivity, that will be in the form of two types, that is carbonate ore and sulfide ore. In case of carbonate ore, it is converted into metal oxides by calcination. Again, the sulfide ores are converted into metal oxides by the process of roasting. Again, after getting the oxides of metal, then it is reduced to metal, then it is purified. Metals of medium reactivity, that is carbonate ore and sulfide ore, it is the metal oxides are, it is converted into oxide of metal, then it is reduced to metal by using suitable reducing agent, then the metal is purified. Metals of low reactivity, that is sulfides ore, roasting metal and refining. Usually, gold, silver, platinum are found in its free state. See, ores which are mined from the earth usually contains what? Large amount of impurities such as soil and sand. These impurities are called what was gangue. The impurities present in the ore is called as what? Gangue. What is the impurity name? It is called as what? The impurities, the gangue particles must be removed from the ore before the extraction of the metal. The process of the process used for removing the gangue from the ore is based on the difference between the physical and chemical properties of the gangue and the ore. To remove the gangue particles, different method is used depending on the property of the gangue. So, depending on the properties of gangue, the very important step is to remove all the impurities, that is the gangue particles. Depending on the properties of the gangue, the separation method is different. Now, extracting metals low in the activity series, that is, for example, cinnabar. Cinnabar is an ore of mercury. What is cinnabar? Cinnabar is the ore of mercury. When cinnabar is heated in air, it is first converted into what? Mercuric oxide. Then mercuric oxide is then reduced to mercury on further heating. You can have one simple question: how mercury is extracted? The ore of mercury is cinnabar. The cinnabar is heated in the air. When it is heated in the air, what happens? It is converted into mercuric oxide. This mercuric oxide is then reduced to mercury on further heating, that is 2HGS, that is cinnabar on heating gives what? 2HGO, that is mercuric oxide with release of sulfur dioxide. Again, on further heating it gives what? Metal, that is mercury. The same way, copper is found as copper sulfate, copper sulfide, Cu2S, in nature can be obtained from its ore by just heating in the air. The metals which are low in the reactivity series, activity series, are obtained by heating. Then it is converted into what? Metal oxide. Metal oxide, and further heating what? Gives the respective metal. Now we'll see the extraction of the metals in the middle of the activity series. Here we have so the metal sulfides and metal carbonates must be converted into metal oxides, right? The metal sulfides and metal carbonates must be converted into metal oxide. The sulfides ores are converted into oxides by heating strongly in the presence of excess air. This process is called as what? Roasting. The heating of the ore in the presence of air is called as roasting. In the limited supply of air, it is called as what? Calcination. The carbonate ores are changed into metal oxides by heating strongly in limited supply of air is called as what? Calcination. You should know the difference between calcination and roasting. Calcination is the heating of the ore in the limited supply of air is called as what? Calcination. Roasting is heating the metal ore in the presence of air is called as what? Roasting. Roasting is used for what? Sulfide ores. Calcination are used for carbonate ore. See, you can see here the example of zinc. Zinc sulfide on heating gives what? Zinc oxide. This is example of roasting. Calcination, zinc carbonate on heating gives zinc oxide. Now, the zinc oxide, whatever the zinc oxide we got, it should be reduced to zinc, right? What we should use? We should use suitable reducing agent such as carbon to reduce what? Zinc oxide to zinc. In preparatory 3-mark question was asked how zinc is extracted. You should write, in case of zinc sulfide, calcination is, sorry, in case of zinc sulfide, roasting is used. In case of zinc carbonate, calcination is used to convert the zinc sulfide or zinc carbonate to zinc oxide. Again, the zinc oxide is reduced to zinc by using reducing agents such as carbon or coke. Important 3-mark question or 2-mark difference between question. Carbon is used to reduce metal oxides to metals, whereas metals such as sodium, calcination and aluminum are also used for reducing agent. When manganese dioxide is heated with aluminum powder, the reaction takes place. 3MnO2 plus 4Al gives 3Mn plus 2Al2O3. And we have very important reaction here, the Thermit reaction. The reaction of iron oxide with aluminum is a highly exothermic reaction. The heat produced is enough to melt the metal iron. This reaction is used in what? To join the railway tracks or cracked machine parts. The reaction of iron oxide Fe2O3 with aluminum is highly exothermic. The heat produced is enough to what? The melt the metal. This reaction is used in what? Railway, to join the railway tracks or what? Cracked machine parts. Now we'll see the extraction of metals on the top of the reactivity series. On the top of the activity series, the metals are extracted by using what? By the method of electrolysis. Again, this is an important 3-mark diagram, electrolytic refining of copper. Always here in this electrolytic refining, impure metal is made up of what? Anode. Pure metal is made up of cathode. Impure metal anode and pure metal anode. So cathode. Impure metal anode. Pure metal cathode. So you should know all these ions. At cathode what happens? Na plus, it donates electron to form Na. The same way 2Cl minus at the anode. At the cathode, sodium gains electron to form sodium. In case at the anode, it loses electrons. So pure metal, it is made as what? Cathode. Impure metal, it is anode. The pure metal from the anode dissolves in the electrolyte and it is completely deposited on the cathode. The soluble impurities go down into the solution, whereas the insoluble impurities settle down at the bottom of the anode is called as what? Anode mud. So next concept is corrosion. Already we have learnt. Silver articles become black because of the corrosion. Copper article becomes what? Green coating. Copper reacts with carbon dioxide in the air, slowly loses its shiny brown surface and gains what? Gains a green coating on its surface. This green coating is nothing but copper carbonate. What is that? What is the black coating on the silver article? It is silver sulfide. The black coating on the silver is silver sulfide. The green coating on the copper, it is called as copper carbonate. The same way, when iron exposed to moisture for a long time, it gets what? A coating of brown flaky substance called as what? Rust. You can have 1-mark question. What is the black coating on the silver articles? It is silver sulfide. What is the green coat on the copper articles? Copper carbonate. What is rust? When iron is exposed to air, what happens? It forms a brown powder or brown flaky substance called as what? Rust. So you can read this the experiment here. Now how can you prevent corrosion? Corrosion can be prevented, that is rusting of iron can be prevented by painting, oiling, greasing, galvanization, chrome plating, anodizing and making alloys. So one of the important method is galvanizing. It is a method of protecting steel and iron from rusting by coating them with a thin layer of zinc. To prevent the corrosion of metals, a thin layer of zinc is coated on the metals. This is called as what? Galvanization. What is galvanization? It is a method of protecting what? The metal articles from corrosion by coating what? Thin layer of zinc. So alloying is also very good method of improving the properties of a metal. What is alloy? Alloy is nothing but it is a homogeneous mixture of two or more metals or metal with a non-metals. An alloy is a homogeneous mixture of two or more metals or metals and a non-metals. The advantages of alloying is that it improves the quality and the performance of the metal. You can get the desired property in case of the alloy. We have few alloys here. You can expect based on the alloys, that is, if one of the metals is mercury, then the alloy is called as what? Amalgam. You should know the definition of amalgam. For example, brass, an alloy of copper and zinc. Brass is made up of copper and zinc. Bronze is made up of copper and tin. Whereas the solder, an alloy of lead and tin. So this solder is used for what? Welding electrical wires. So these are the important things you should know from this chapter, metals and non-metals. If you know all this, definitely you can score out of 4 from the unit metals and non-metals. Take your time, have patience, do attend the complete live session. To score good marks in science, the patience is very important. You should read the textbook. So unit control and coordination. So in control and coordination, especially in animals, control and coordination are provided by nervous and muscular tissue. Nervous and muscular tissues. The control and coordination in animals is brought about by nervous and muscular tissue. Again, in second page we have important diagram, that is structure of neuron. Structure of neuron, and also the pathway involved in the neuron is very important. It can be asked in the MCQ. It will start from cell body. The impulses will start from cell body, from the dendrite. The first part will be dendrite, then cell body, then axon, then nerve ending. The pathway of nerve impulse in the neuron is as follows. First, it will start from dendrite. The information is acquired at the dendrite tip of the nerve cell. Then it is transferred to what? Cell body. From the cell body to axon. Again from the axon to nerve ending. Again from the nerve ending, it will be transferred to the next neuron. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the next important question here is definition of neuron. Define neuron. The structural and functional unit of nervous system is neuron. Now then we have a simple definition, synapse. What is synapse? The gap between two successive neurons is called as what? Synapses. Now the question can be asked, what happens between the synapse, between the two neurons? The information acquired at the end of the dendrite tip of a nerve cell, that is neuron, sets off the chemical reaction that creates what? Electrical impulse. The information acquired by the dendrite tip, it is converted into what? Electrical impulse by some chemical reaction. This nerve impulse travels from dendrite to the cell body. The information is acquired at the dendrite and it is converted into what? The electrical impulse by some chemical reaction. Again, it travels along the axon to the end. At the end of the axon, the electrical impulses sets off release of some chemicals. These chemicals cross the gap. The gap between two neurons is called as what? Synapse, and start a similar electrical impulse in the dendrite of the next neuron. This is how the information is carried in the body. Question can be asked, how? Question can be asked, how the information is traveled in the body. So in case if you know that 4 marks HOTS question will be there, that is the question based on the diagram. They can give the diagram of neuron. They can ask you to find out the parts of each parts of the diagram, or they can they'll give they'll put a question mark over the part and they'll ask you to identify the part with function. This then you can expect for question based on HOTS. Now the important and definite concept for the examination is reflex action. What is reflex action? A sudden and automatic response to the external stimulus by the spinal cord. The response is given by the spinal cord independent of the brain is called as what? Reflex action. The pathway involved in the reflex action is called as reflex arc. What is the pathway of reflex action? It is reflex arc. You should know the difference between reflex action and reflex arc. If you touch a hot object, suddenly you remove it. You remove your hand, right? It is because of the reflex action. The pathway involved in the reflex action is what? Reflex arc. So, so again, you can expect a 2-mark question based on this diagram, reflex arc. That is HOTS question. The pathway involved in the reflex action is receptors, sensory neuron, then spinal cord, relay neuron, again motor neuron and effector. This is the pathway of reflex action. The pathway is called as what? Reflex arc. The pathway involved in the reflex action is called as reflex arc. You should be able to identify the path involved in the reflex action, that is from the receptors to sensory neuron, again from the sensory neuron to spinal cord, and from that is relay neuron, then motor neuron, then it is effector. That is effector is nothing but muscle in arm. Now the next important part of the human body is human brain. So thinking involves more complex mechanisms and neural connections. These are concentrated in the brain, which is the main coordinating center of the body. The main coordinating center of the body is brain. So the brain and spinal cord constitute what? CNS, central nervous system. The brain and the spinal cord constitute what? Central nervous system. They receive information from all the parts of the body and they integrate and it gives the proper response. Writing, talking, moving a chair, clapping at the end of the program are examples for voluntary action. The actions which are under the control of our will is called as voluntary action, which are not under the control of our will is called as involuntary actions. You should know the difference between voluntary action and involuntary action. Walking is an involuntary action. Why? How? You should explain, okay, with reasons. The communication between the central nervous system and the other parts of the body is done by what? PNS, that is peripheral nervous system. The communication between CNS and other parts of the body is controlled by what? PNS, that is peripheral nervous system. This peripheral nervous system consists of cranial nerves arising from the brain, spinal nerves from the spinal cord, cranial nerves from the brain and spinal nerves from the spinal cord. Thus, the brain allows us to think and take action based on the thinking. Which is the main thinking part of the brain? Forebrain is the main thinking part of the brain. Again, forebrain are specialized for hearing, smell, sight and so on. Forebrain is the main thinking part of the brain and also it is specialized for hearing and also to smell and also sight and so on. So you can make a note of a question. How brain helps in the control of voluntary actions like walking. Again, we have one more important function of forebrain is the sensation of feeling full is associated with what? Hunger, which is controlled by a separate part of forebrain. And important 4 marks diagram, human brain, you should know function of each and every part. So the involuntary actions are controlled by midbrain and hindbrain. All the involuntary actions like blood pressure, salivation, vomiting are controlled by medulla in the hindbrain. Many of the involuntary actions are controlled by midbrain and hindbrain. The involuntary actions such as blood pressure, salivation and vomiting is controlled by medulla in the hindbrain. So walking in a straight line, riding a bicycle, picking up a pencil, all this possible due to what? The balancing. Because of the balancing of the body, you are able to walk in a straight line. That is controlled by what? Cerebellum. It is responsible for precision of voluntary action and maintaining posture and balance of the body. Cerebellum is responsible for maintaining the posture and balance of the body. A drunkard walks unsteadily. Why? Because the alcohol what he has drunk has affected the cerebellum. That's why he cannot walk properly. Now the next how the tissues are protected. Brain is protected by bony case called as what? The brain is protected inside the bony box called as cranium, whereas vertebral column or the backbone protects the spinal cord. Brain is protected by cranium or the bony box, whereas the spinal cord is protected by vertebral column or backbone. Brain is protected by bony case called as what? Cranium. Whereas the spinal cord is protected by how does nervous tissue cause action? Very important concept. Put a star mark over there. Based on this, you should expect a question. The important concept what you should learn is how do muscle cells cause action, voluntary actions. Here, the muscle cells will move by changing their shape so that they are shortened. Next question is how do the muscle cells change their shape? Muscle cells have specialized protein in them. Muscle cells have what? Specialized protein in them that change both the shape and their arrangement in response to the nervous electrical impulses. This is because of this the muscles show actions. The important concept what you should learn is how do muscle cells help in the voluntary actions. Muscle cells have what? A specialized protein for changing their shape and also the arrangement of what? Arrangement of the muscle cells in response to the what? This is how the muscles helps in what? Voluntary action. Next, difference between reflex action and walking. What happens between the two neurons? That is synapse between two neurons. Which part of the brain controls the posture and equilibrium of the body? Cerebellum. How do we detect the smell of an agarbatti? Then what is the role of brain in the reflex action? Everything. These in-text questions are very important. Try to learn this. Now we'll see coordination in plants. How do the coordination is brought in the plant? So the coordination in plant is of two types, that is dependent on growth and also independent of growth. The coordination, the response to the stimulus in plants is of two types. One is dependent on growth and independent of growth. There are two different types of movement in plants. One is dependent on growth and other is independent of growth. To make underline of this point, two different types of movement in plants. One is dependent on growth and other is independent of growth. So we'll see an example which is independent of growth, that is touch me not plant. If you touch the plant, what happens? The plant shows the movement, right? How how the touch me not plant shows the movement? It is because of the plant cells change their shape by changing the amount of water in them, results in swelling or shrinking. Therefore that helps in the changing their cells or shape of the cell, thus helps in the what? The movement of the plant body. Understood? The question is how the sensitive plant like touch me not plant shows movement. The touch me not plant shows movement. The cells in that plant change shape by changing the amount of water present in them, resulting in what? Swelling or shrinking, thus results in what? Changing their shapes. Whereas in animals or humans we have specialized muscle cells, right, which have specialized proteins which helps in what? Changing the shape. Next, the movement due to what? Growth. Here the important concept what you should learn is how do the tendrils are sensitive to touch, how does it show response to the stimulus. This so the growth in plant is directional. Give reason. Make a note of this question. The growth in the plant is directional, but the plants appears to be moving, but what the growth is directional. So this you can explain by giving the example of tendrils. Tendrils are very sensitive to touch. When they come in contact with any support, what happens? The part of the tendril in contact with the object does not go rapidly. What happens? As a part of the tendril, it's away from the object. This causes the tendril to circle around the object and thus cling to it. This is how the plants respond to stimulus, by going slowly in a particular direction. And also you should write the hormone which is responsible for this, the growth of the tendrils, and the response of the plant to the stimulus is called as tropism. We have different tropism, that is hydrotropism, the response of the plant, the movement of the plant towards the water is called as what? Hydrotropism. Or the movement of the plant because of the earth gravitational force, then it is called as geotrophism. If it goes against the gravitational force, it is called as negative geotrophism. If it is goes towards the gravity of the earth, then it is positively geotrophic. So again you can expect the question based on Hart's question based on this diagram. And the response or the movement of plant towards because of the chemical release is called as what? Chemotrophism. Example for chemotrophism is the growth of pollen tubes towards ovules. It is an example for chemotropism. So all this trophism you should know. It can be asked for 1 or 2 marks in case of 1 marks in case of MCQs, or 3 marks in case of the explanation of these concepts. Otherwise 2 marks for based on Hart's question. The movement of plant because of the sunlight is called as phototrophism. The movement of the plant because of the water, it calls as hydrotropism. The movement or response of the plant towards what? Chemicals, it is called as chemotropism. In case it is because of the earth's gravitational force, then it is called as you should know the limitations of use of electrical impulses. The first limitation is they reach only to those cells that are connected by the nervous tissue and not each and every cell in the animal body. Secondly, once an electrical impulse is generated in a cell and transmitted, the cell will take some time to reset its mechanism before it generate and transmit a new impulse. These are the two limitations of electrical impulses. So to avoid this, to overcome these limitations, we have what? Chemical communication, that is by release of hormones. So instead of generating electrical impulse, where the specialized cells release a chemical compound called as what? Hormones. These hormones will diffuse around the original cell and helps in what? The response. So you should know the function of the hormone auxin, and also so auxin at the shoot tip helps the cells to grow longer. When the light is coming from one side of plant, the auxin diffuses toward the shady part of the shoot. The concentration of auxin stimulates the cells to what? Grow longer on the side of the shoot, which helps the side of the shoot away from the light. Thus helps in what? The plant appear to bend towards the sunlight. If application is question is asked, they can ask how auxin helps in phototrophism. How auxin helps in phototrophism? The auxin is synthesized at the shoot tip, which helps the cells to grow longer. When the light is coming from one side of the plant, what happens? The auxin diffuses towards the shady part of the shoot, thus helps the cells to grow longer, which is away from the side of the shoot. This helps in what? Appearing what? The plant bent towards the sunlight. Auxin helps in what? Phototrophism. An example for another plant hormone is gibberellins, which helps in what? The growth of the stem. And also another hormone, cytokinins, helps in what? Promotion of cell division. And also it is present in greater concentration in the areas of rapid cell division such as fruits and seeds. And another hormone, it is abscisic acid, which inhibits the growth. The function of four hormones, that is auxin, gibberellins, cytokinins and abscisic acid. You should list down all this, the function of these hormones. And also they can ask, auxin helps in what? Phototrophism. And also the plant hormone that helps in the wilting of leaves. What is the hormone? Abscisic acid. Why? Because it inhibits the growth. Students, you should know the function of auxin, cytokinins, gibberellins and also abscisic acid. So based on the hormones, definitely you can expect question in the examination. See how the movement of leaves of the sensitive plants is different from what? Movement of shoot towards the sunlight. Movement of shoot towards the sunlight, it is because of the what? Hormone, right? Whereas the movement of leaves of the sensitive plant is because of the shrinking and swelling of the cells, the plant cells. That is because of the what? The control of the water. So you have a question here, auxin promote the growth of a tendril around a support, right? That is because of the what? The auxin is secreted in the regions of what? The cell division has to take place and it should cling towards what? The support. And in case of hormones in the animals, we have adrenaline gland secretes hormone called as what? Adrenaline, which is called as what? Emergency hormone, which is secreted in what? Emergency situations. Adrenaline is secreted from the adrenal glands. So adrenaline is secreted directly into the blood and carried to different parts of the body. The target organs or the specific tissues on which it acts such as the heart, includes such as heart. As a result, the heart beats faster, resulting in the supply of more oxygen to our muscles. That helps in what? Fight, fight or fight. Why adrenaline is an emergency hormone? Name the hormone which is secreted in emergency situations. Why? If they ask, you should write this meaning with explanation. So we have few important hormones. You should know the function of each hormone in the human. So iodine is necessary for the thyroid gland to synthesize what? Thyroxine hormone. What is the function of thyroxine hormone? Thyroxine regulates carbohydrate, protein and fat metabolism in the body to provide the best balance for the growth. In case of deficiency of iodine in the diet, results in a condition called as what? Simple goiter. You can see this word here, goiter. So one of the symptoms of the simple goiter is what? Swollen neck. See, sometimes you might have seen the very short and very extremely tall people. That is because of the growth hormone. Growth hormone is one of the hormones secreted by what? Pituitary gland. which results in what? Growth and development of the body. In case if there is a deficiency of this growth hormone in the childhood, it results in what? Dwarfism. The sudden changes in the appearance, it is because of the secretion of the sex hormones in the body. That is, in males it is called as testosterone, in females it is called as estrogen. The development of secondary sexual characters in males, it is because of testosterone. In case of female, it is estrogen. So, and also you should know the function of insulin. Insulin helps in insulin is secreted by what? Pancreas. Insulin helps in regulating blood sugar levels in the body. If it is not secreted in proper amounts, what happens? The sugar level might increase or decrease, which results in what? Harmful effects. So these are the important hormones you should know. The function of each hormone is very important from the examination point of view. Based on plant hormone or animal hormone, definitely you can expect question. Unit magnetic effects of electric current, very important chapter from the examination point of view. In the first page, there is a relationship between the current and the magnetic field. Whenever you place a compass in a current carrying conductor or the circuit, it shows deflection. That means it shows the presence of magnetic field. In the same way, if you change the magnetic field, if the magnitude of the magnetic field is changed, then a current will be induced in the circuit. That's how we can say that electricity and magnetism are linked to each other. Next, the next page, we have important concept, magnetic field and field lines. If you place a compass needle near a bar magnet, what happens? It deflects, right? That means it shows the presence of magnetic field. The end point towards the north is called as north pole. The other end point towards the south, it is called as south pole. A bar magnet will have north pole and south pole. Then the properties of magnetic field line is an important 2-mark question. List down all the properties of magnetic field lines. Magnetic field lines, what? In a bar magnet, it starts from north pole to south pole outside the magnet. Outside the bar magnet, the direction of the magnetic field line, it is north to south. Whereas inside the magnet, it is south to north. The direction of the magnetic field lines in a bar magnet is north to south outside the magnet and south to north inside the bar magnet. So magnetic field is a quantity that has both magnitude and direction. If it has both magnitude and direction, it is called as vector quantity. So the direction of field lines, it's from south to north pole, that is inside the magnet. Outside the magnet, north to south. So the field line is stronger, that is near the magnet, as strength decreases as it moves away from the magnet. No field lines will cross each other. That means no two magnetic field lines will intersect each other. What is the reason? If they do, it would mean that at the point of intersection, the compass needles would point towards two directions, which is not possible. A compass needle at a time can show only one direction. At a time, it cannot show two directions. If they intersect each other, that means it shows the two direction, which is not at all possible. So these are the important questions from based on magnetic field lines. What are the properties of magnetic field lines? the properties of the direction of magnetic field lines inside and outside the bar magnet, and also why do two magnetic field lines will not intersect. Now we'll see magnetic field due to a current carrying conductor. In first, if the direction of the electric current is towards what? If the direction of the electric current is towards the south, that means the compass shows the deflection towards the east. In case if it is in the opposite direction, the direction of the magnetic field, that is the compass shows the deflection towards the west. So the magnetic field due to a straight conductor, the magnetic field due to a current through a straight conductor. So if the magnetic field around a straight current carrying conductor, you can see that magnetic field produced in the form of concentric circles. This is what you should understand. A pattern of concentric circles indicating the field lines of a magnetic field around a conducting wire. The magnetic field due to a current through a straight conductor is produced around the straight conductor in the form of concentric circles. So the direction of the magnetic field lines and the current is given by right hand thumb rule. It says that imagine that you are holding a current carrying straight conductor in your right hand. Imagine that you are carrying what? Current carrying straight conductor in your right hand, such that the thumb points towards the direction of the current. The thumb points what? Direction of current. Then the fingers will wrap around the conductor, indicates the direction of field lines of the magnetic field. This is called as right hand thumb rule. You can hold a pen in your hand and you can imagine the what? The right hand thumb rule. Then it will be very easy to remember. The direction of the current and the magnetic field is given by what? Right hand thumb rule. The thumb indicates the direction of the current. The fingers will wrap around the conductor, gives the direction of the field lines. Now the magnetic field due to a current through a circular loop. Suppose the straight wire is bent in the form of circular loop and current is passed through it. What happens? The magnetic field produced at every point of a current circular loop, the concentric circles. It is in the form of what? The concentric circles representing the magnetic field around it. It will become larger and larger as we move away from the wire. By the time we reach the center of this circular loop, what happens? The magnetic field produced appear as what? Straight lines. So the direction of the magnetic field lines and the current can be found out by using what? Right hand rule. So the magnetic field produced by the current carrying wire at a given point depends directly on the current passing through it. The strength of the magnetic field depends on the factor that the first factor on what it depends on the magnitude of the current passed through it, and also it depends on the number of turns of the circular coil. If the number of turns of the circular coil is more, that means the magnetic field produced will be more. That means the magnitude will be high. The factors on which the magnetic field, the strength of the magnetic field depends on what? The current pass, the magnitude of the current pass, and also it depends on the number of turns of the circular coil. So the next, the magnetic field due to a current in a solenoid. Very important and definite concept for your exam. Based on the solenoid, definitely you can expect a question in the examination. What is a solenoid? a coil of many circular turns of insulated copper wire in the form of a what? Cylinder is called as what? Solenoid. What is solenoid? A coil of many circular turns of insulated copper wire wrapped close in the form of is called solenoid. So the pattern of magnetic field around a current carrying solenoid is similar to the what? The bar magnet, the magnetic field lines. The magnetic field lines inside the solenoid are in the form of parallel straight line. That indicates that the magnetic field inside the solenoid is same at all the points, or you can say that the magnetic field is uniform inside the solenoid. Inside the solenoid, the magnetic field is uniform. Magnetic field is uniform. So the solenoid exactly will behave as a bar magnet. The direction of the magnetic field lines, it will be north to south outside the magnet and south to north inside the magnet. And also the magnetic field is uniform inside the solenoid. So the solenoid will behave as a bar magnet when the current is passed through it. And also a strong magnetic field produced inside the solenoid can be used to magnetize a piece of magnetic material like soft iron. So the magnet formed is called as what? Electromagnet. See definition of solenoid, the properties of solenoid, and also with figure, very important question. And also in case if in MCQ if the question is asked, the magnetic field produced inside the solenoid is uniform at all the points. Next, the force on a current carrying conductor in a magnetic field. A very important question. This question has been asked in the preparatory for 3 marks from the physics section. From the physics section part A, definitely you can expect 1 3-mark experiment, or it can be asked for 4 marks also. If you place a current carrying conductor in a strong magnetic field, what? If you place a current carrying conductor in a magnetic field, it experiences a force. Here in this experiment, a straight current carrying conductor AB is placed in a magnetic field. What happens? It will get displaced, right? It will get displaced. Yes. That means it experiences a force. This is what the main theme of this experiment. So with figure, list down all the points and you can score 3 out of 3 marks easily. So the direction of the magnetic field lines and the direction of the current and the force is given by what? The Fleming's left hand rule. The Fleming's left hand rule, according to this rule, stretch the thumb, forefinger and the middle finger of your left hand such that they are mutually perpendicular to each other. The first finger, that is forefinger, indicates the direction of the magnetic field. The second finger, that is the middle finger, indicates the direction of the current, and the thumb will point towards the direction of motion of the conductor or the force acting on the conductor. The thumb indicates the direction of the force. The middle finger indicates the direction of the current, and the forefinger indicates the direction of the magnetic field. Okay, the next very important concept is electric motor. An electric motor is a rotating device that converts electrical energy into mechanical energy. 1 mark definition, and also examples for electric motor and working and construction and working of this electric motor is very important. And also the definition, the diagram of electric motor is very important for 2 marks. And also the difference between the commercial motors and the simple motor difference. An electromagnet in place of a permanent magnet, large number of turns of the conducting wire in the current carrying coil, a soft iron core on which the coil is wound, the soft iron core on which the coil is wound plus the coils, it's called an what? Armature. The soft iron core on which the coil is wound is called as what? Armature. Definition of armature is also very important. Larger the number of turns of the coil, the magnetic field produced will be more. This is how you construct a what? The commercial motor. You use a what? An electromagnet in place of permanent magnet, and also a large number of turns of conducting wire will be used, and also a soft iron core on which the coil is wound. These are the three important factors on which you can convert a simple motor into a commercial motor. So working, how the construction and the working of electric motor you should study, and the function of split rings, function of how split ring acts as a commutator, it reverses the direction of current. All these are very important for 1 mark. If it is asked for 3 marks, the give reason or difference between will be asked. Next, the important concept is electromagnetic induction. The current carrying conductor, if it is placed in a magnetic field, what happens? It experiences a force, right? Here you have 3 factors. One is force, current, and what? Force, current, and magnetic field. The current carrying conductor, if it is placed in a what? Magnetic field, experiences a force. What if 2 factors are produced? You can produce a third component, right? If you apply the force in a magnet by changing the magnetic field, you can produce the what? The third component, right? What is that? Current. You can induce the current. That is what the concept of electromagnetic induction. So electromagnetic induction is a phenomenon in which the current is induced in a conductor by changing the magnetic field. This is called as electromagnetic induction. This was done by the scientist Faraday. So based on this, you have a experiment. This is a very important experiment in the from the examination point of view, and also it's there in the 100+ questions. Do go to it. What happens if you change, if the bag magnet is inserted inside this coil, if it is changed continuously, what happens? There is a deflection in the galvanometer. That means it indicates the current is induced in the coil. In case the bag magnet is stationary, if it is not changed, what happens? The current will not be induced. That means the galvanometer shows the deflection of 0. Okay, the bag magnet is continuously pushed in and pushed out, right? So that it changes the magnetic field. Thus what happens? The current is induced in the coil. This is the experiment of Faraday. And also you have one more important experiment, that is coil experiment. Whenever there is a change in the magnetic field in the coil 1, what happens? The current is induced in the coil 2. Take 2 coils, coil 1 and coil 2. Coil 1 is connected to a battery and coil 2 is connected to a galvanometer. Because the current we induce the current in the coil 1, there is a magnetic field is produced. Because of the current in coil 1, the magnetic field is induced in the
coil 2.
So in coil 1, because of the current, the magnetic field is produced in coil 1. Because of the magnetic field is produced in the coil 1, there is a current is induced in the coil 2. This is on the principle of electromagnetic induction. This is an again important experiment. Which figure you need to write. So again we have the Fleming's right hand rule. Arrange the thumb the forefinger and the middle finger, which are mutually perpendicular to each other, the thumb points the movement of the conductor. The thumb points the movement of the conductor. The forefinger indicates the direction of the magnetic field. The middle finger indicates the direction of the induced current. See, there's a definition here. The process by which changing the magnetic field in a current induces a current in another conductor. It is called as what? Electromagnetic induction. See here, the coil 1 is called as primary coil, coil 2 is called as secondary coil. Because of the current in the first coil changes, the magnetic field in it also changes. Because of the change in the magnetic field in the coil 1, there's a current is induced in the coil 2. And also Fleming's right hand rule is very important. It is used to find out the direction of induced current. And also we have next important device called as what? Electric generator. So electric generator works on the phenomena of electromagnetic induction. Name the principle on which the electric generator works. It works on the principle of electromagnetic induction. So what is electric generator? Electric generator is a device in which the mechanical energy is converted into electrical energy. The mechanical energy is converted into electrical energy. So the working principle and the construction and working is very important, and the diagram is also very important. The function of slip ring is very important, and also difference between split rings and slip rings is very important. Here you use what? Fleming's right hand rule. Fleming's right hand rule is used here. So here, if you use a slip ring, if you use slip ring, AC current is induced. AC current is induced. In case if you use split ring, DC current will be induced. AC current, slip rings. DC current, split rings. So the difference between AC and DC current is very important, and also the advantages of AC current over DC is it can be transported to a longest distance without much loss of the energy. So definition of frequency. The frequency of AC current in India is around 50 Hertz. Next important concept is domestic electric circuits. The concept of earthing, overloading and short circuiting. Based on these three concepts, definitely you can expect one question. One of the wires with usually with red insulation is called as live wire or positive. The another wire with black insulation is called as neutral wire. The potential difference between two is what? 220 volts. In India, it's usually 220 volts. Again, the function of fuse. Already we have studied in the unit electricity. It is very important. The function of fuse. It's an electrical safety device which has low or high melting point. It has low melting point and high resistivity. Because of this, in case of any unduly current, what happens? The fuse melts and protects the circuit. And also the concept of earthing is very important. So the metallic body is connected to the earth wire, provides a path of low resistance. So because of this, in case of leakage of any current in the metallic body of the appliance, what happens? It goes to the earth. That's why it is called as earthing. The user may not get a severe electric shock because of the earthing. Earthing is very important. Then you have the concept of overloading. So overloading occurs because of the live wire and neutral wire comes in direct contact. So in this situation also, the current in the circuit abruptly increases. This is called as what? Short circuit. How can you prevent short circuit? How can you prevent overloading? These are the questions you can expect in the examination. How to prevent overloading? Overloading can be prevented by connecting too many appliances to a single socket. And also, what kind of circuit is used here? The parallel circuit is used in case of domestic appliances. You can see here, right? The parallel connection is used. It has more advantages than the series connection. Dear students, to try to read the textbook. If you read the textbook, then it will be easy to score good marks in science. Not many, all the questions will be from the textbook. So the unit carbon and its compounds, very important chapter from the examination point of view. Simple questions will be asked and you can score good marks, around 7 marks in this chapter. So carbon and its compounds, the first concept what you learn is the bonding in the carbon. What is the type of bonding in the carbon compounds is? It is covalent bond. See, whereas ionic compounds have high melting and boiling point in the molten or in the solution state. Ionic compounds have what? High melting and boiling point, and also they conduct electricity in the molten state. Here, most of the carbon compounds are poor conductors of electricity. Poor conductors of electricity, and these carbon compounds have low melting and boiling point when compared to the ionic compounds. When compared to the ionic compounds, carbon compounds have low melting and boiling point. What they have? Low melting and boiling point. Why? Because the force of attraction between the molecules are not very strong. Because why the carbon compounds have low melting and boiling point? The reason here is force of attraction between the molecules are not very strong. It can be easily broken, right? Next, the atomic number of carbon is 6. That means it has a valency of 4. That means it cannot gain 4 electrons or it cannot lose 4 electrons. Instead of it, what happens? It shares 4 electrons. It shares 4 electrons to form what? Covalent bond. Why it cannot gain 4 electrons? Because it will be very difficult for the nucleus with 6 protons to hold what? 10 electrons. That is 4 extra electrons. That's why it will not gain 4 electrons. Why it will not lose 4 electrons? Because it requires large amount of energy to remove these 4 electrons, right? Hence, it cannot lose or gain 4 electrons. You have understood the concept of why the carbon cannot gain or lose 4 electrons, because to gain 4 electrons it will be very difficult for the nucleus to hold 10 electrons, right? That is 4 extra electrons. It will not lose 4 electrons. Why? Because it will require large amount of energy to remove the 4 electrons. So to overcome this problem, that is gaining or losing 4 electrons, what it does, it shares the valence electrons with other atoms of carbon, otherwise with other atoms of elements. The bond found by the sharing of electrons is called as what? Covalent bond. Here there are few examples are there: the formation of hydrogen molecule by sharing of electrons, and the formation of the oxygen molecule by the sharing of electrons. All this you can draw the electron dot structure. And very important is the formation of the methane molecule, that is CH4. The formation of methane molecule CH4. You can expect a question, right? Like how methane molecule is formed. The carbon has a valency 4 and hydrogen has a what? Valency 1. Therefore, the each electron of hydrogen will be shared with what? The each electron of carbon, forming what? CH4. One carbon atom and 4 hydrogen atom. So the next important concept is the versatile nature of carbon. We can see that with carbon there are many compounds, more than million compounds are formed because of the carbon. Why? Why? What is the reason? Because of the two unique property of carbon. One it is catenation, and another property it is tetravalency, because of the 4 valence electrons, and also the property of catenation. What is catenation? The carbon has a unique ability to form bonds with other atoms of carbon, give us what? Large number of molecules. This is called as what? Catenation. What is catenation? So because of this catenation property, the carbon compounds form long chains of carbon or branched chain of carbon, or even the ring structures will be formed. Long chain, branched chain and ring structure. Carbon compounds having the single bond is called as what? Saturated carbon compounds. What it is called as? Saturated compounds of carbon having double or triple bonds between the carbon atoms is called as what? Unsaturated. You should note that it is between the carbon atoms, not between the carbon atom and the other elements. Only the bonding is related to here. It is what? Between the carbon atoms. Carbon atoms having single bond between them, it is called as what?
Saturated carbon compound.
Double or triple bond, it is called as?
Unsaturated carbon compounds.
So the examples for saturated compounds are alkanes. Alkanes. Example for unsaturated carbon compound, it is alkenes and alkynes. When compared to saturated and unsaturated carbon compound, saturated carbon compounds are not much reactive. They are not reactive. Unsaturated carbon compounds are reactive. So the carbon compounds forms a large number of molecules because of two unique property. One is catenation, tetravalency. So carbon has a valency of 4. It is capable of bonding with 4 other atoms of carbon or other atoms of monovalent element, right? So carbon compounds of carbon are formed with oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, sulfur, chlorine and many other elements give us what? Many other compounds which have specific properties. So because of this unique property, we can call carbon is a versatile element. Carbon is a versatile element. The difference between saturated and unsaturated is also a very important question. So you can see the formation of ethane molecule by electron dot structure. So you can see here the single bond between the carbon atoms and double bond. Single bond it is alkane, double bond it is alkene, triple bond it is alkyne. Alkyne. So you should know the molecular formula structure of methane, ethane, propane, butane, pentane and hexane. In the same way, alkene series and alkyne series. So alkane Alkane has the general formula CnH2n plus 2. Alkene CnH2n, that's it. Alkyne
CnH2n minus 2.
CnH2n minus 2. That is alkane CnH2n plus 2. That is single bond. Single bond between the carbon atom. Alkene, it is a double bond between the carbon atom. Alkane, it is a triple bond between the carbon atom. Alkane is also called as saturated carbon compound. Alkene and alkane together, it is called as unsaturated carbon compound. And also you should remember, meth means it is single carbon atom. Eth, it is 2 carbon atom. Prop, it is 3 carbon atom. But, 4 carbon atom. Pent,
5 carbon atoms.
hex,
6 carbon atoms.
hex, it is 6 carbon atom. So these are the points you should remember. The carbon compounds having same molecular formula but different structures are called as structural isomers. This phenomenon is called as isomerism. The carbon compounds with similar molecular formula but different structures is called as what? Structural isomers. The isomers of butane, pentane, hexane you should know. So they can ask you to write down the structure of that is the isomers of butane, pentane and hexane. Next we have what? The cyclic structure carbon compounds, that is in the form of a ring. Here example they have given is cyclohexane. Yeah. So homologous series, will they have same chemical and physical? So homologous series will have same chemical properties but their physical properties will be different. So next, the nomenclature of carbon compounds. You should identify the number of carbon atoms in the compound, then the functional group present, whether it is double bond or triple bond. Based on this you will name the carbon compound. So you have a functional group here OH, and how many carbon atoms are here? 3, right? 3 means propanol. For alcohol the suffix is OL. Aldehyde it is AL. Ketone it is ONE, suffix is ONE. Carboxylic acid the suffix is oic acid. Alkenes it is ene. Alkyne it is ine. You should count the number of carbon compounds without the functional group. You should not include the carbon in the functional group. So you should include the carbon in the functional group. Whether it is in the functional group or not, you should count the number of carbon atoms. See, the number of carbon compounds here is 3, that is prop. What is the functional group? Here it is ketone, that means propanone. The suffix is -one. How many carbon atoms are here? 3 carbon atoms. And what is the functional group here? Carboxylic acid, that means oic acid. Now we should know the chemical properties of carbon compounds. So the first important chemical property of carbon is its combustibility property. So carbon in all its allotropic forms burn in oxygen to give carbon dioxide along with the release of heat and light. That is C plus O to give CO2, release of CO2 gas and heat and light. Methane on burning gives carbon dioxide, water and heat and light. And ethanol on burning gives carbon dioxide, water and heat and light. Carbon in all its allotropic form burns in oxygen to give what? Carbon dioxide gas along with the release of heat heat and light. Along with the release of heat and light. So saturated hydrocarbons generally gives a what? Clean flame, while unsaturated carbon compounds gives a yellow flame. The burning of saturated hydrocarbon is an example for complete combustion, whereas the burning of unsaturated carbon compounds, which gives a yellow flame, is called as what? Incomplete combustion. Why the incomplete combustion? Because of limited supply of air. If you supply the air properly, what happens? It burns with blue flame. So you can observe that the bottoms of the cooking vessels get blackened. It means that air holes are blocked, the fuel is getting wasted. That means it is an example for incomplete combustion. So very important concept. Burning of coal and petroleum results in what? Formation of oxides of sulfur and nitrogen, which is a major pollutants, major air pollutants in the environment, because the coal and petroleum have what? Nitrogen and sulfur in them. Coal and petroleum has what? Nitrogen and sulfur in them. On combustion, what happens? It forms the oxides of sulfur and nitrogen, which are major air pollutant, which can result in the acid rain. Next, the very important chemical property is oxidation of carbon compounds. That is, you can convert alcohols into acid, carboxylic acid, by using what? Strong oxidizing agents such as alkaline potassium permanganate or acidified potassium dichromate. So you can convert alcohol into carboxylic acid by using a strong oxidizing agent. Example, alkaline potassium permanganate or potassium dichromate. This question, it has been asked in the preparatory exam. How can you convert an alcohol to what? Respective carboxylic acid by using what? Strong oxidizing agent such as alkaline potassium permanganate or acidified. Now the next important reaction is addition reaction. Unsaturated carbon compounds are converted into saturated carbon compounds in the presence of catalysts such as palladium or nickel. You can convert the unsaturated hydrocarbons to saturated hydrocarbons in the presence of catalysts such as nickel or palladium. So this reaction is commonly used in the hydrogenation of vegetable oils using nickel as a catalyst. So vegetables oils are generally long unsaturated carbon chains, while as the animal fats are saturated carbon chains. So you can convert the unsaturated carbon compounds to what? Saturated hydrocarbons or carbon compounds in the presence of palladium or nickel as a catalyst. This addition reaction has an industrial application, that is, it is used in the hydrogenation of vegetable oil. This reaction has an industrial application which is used in the industries, right? Conversion of the vegetable oil into what? The See, sometimes the doctor advises to use unsaturated oil because it is good for health when compared to the saturated oils. Why? Because the saturated oils are not much reactive. It will be very difficult for digestion. Next, what we have is substitution reaction. Methane in the presence of sunlight undergoes the substitution reaction where each and every hydrogen atom is replaced by chlorine atom. And then what the product we get is carbon tetrachloride. CH4 will be converted into CCl4 in the presence of sunlight. This is called as what? Substitution reaction. This is called as substitution reaction. Next very important compound C is ethanol and ethanoic acid. the properties of ethanol and the properties of ethanoic acid is very important. And what happens when the ethanol reacts with the sodium? What is the product form? The product formed is sodium ethoxide. What it is? Sodium ethoxide. The reaction of the ethanol in the presence of concentrated sulfuric acids results in the formation of respective unsaturated compound. Here the ethanol is converted into ethane. Very important reaction. Ethanol is converted into ethane in the presence of concentrated sulfuric acid, and also it should be heated. On heating ethanol in the presence of concentrated sulfuric acid results in the formation of ethane. Here the concentrated sulfuric acid acts as what? Dehydrating agent. That means it removes the hydrogen. So it removes the water molecule, right? Name the material which is used as a dehydrating agent when ethanol is converted into ethane. What is the answer? Sulfuric acid. What is dehydrating agent? It removes the water molecule. It removes the and the important properties of ethanoic acid. Ethanoic acid is commonly called as what? Acetic acid, and they belong to what? Group of acids called as carboxylic acid. 5 to 8% of solution of acetic acid in water is called as vinegar, which is used as a preservative. The melting point of pure ethanoic acid is 290 Kelvin. That means it freezes during the winter in cold climates. Carboxylic acids are weak acid. Why? You can get a question why carboxylic acids are weak acid, because the H plus ion concentration will be less. The properties of ethanoic acid, that is one important reaction is esterification reaction, and one more is saponification reaction. Both these reactions are very important from the examination point of view. What is esterification reaction? Esters are most commonly formed by the reaction of acid and alcohol. Ethanoic acid reacts with absolute ethanol. Ethanoic acid reacts with ethanol to give a sweet smelling substance called as what? Ester. Esters are sweet smelling substance. They are used in what? Making perfumes as a flavoring agent. On treating this ester with sodium hydroxide, which is alkali, ester is converted back to what? Alcohol and sodium salt of carboxylic acid. This reaction is called as what? Saponification reaction, which is used in the preparation of soap. What are soaps? Soaps are sodium or potassium salts of long chain carboxylic acid. You can see the reaction here. Then the reaction of this ethanoic acid with the base results in what? Formation of ethanoic acid is a what? It is acid. Sodium hydroxide is a base. The reaction of salt and what? Sorry. The reaction of acid and base results in what? Results in the formation of what is the salt here? Sodium ethanoate or sodium acetate. How sodium acetate is formed? Sodium acetate is formed by the reaction of the carboxylic acid, that is ethanoic acid with what? Sodium hydroxide. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
The reaction of this ethanoic acid with sodium carbonate or sodium hydrogen carbonate results in the formation of sodium ethanoate and with release of carbon dioxide gas. These reactions are very important. I have seen this reaction. Please check it. Next very important concept is soaps and detergent. The action of the soaps. How the soaps helps in what? the removing dirt or cleansing action of soap is a very important question, and also difference between soaps and detergents, how soaps are effective, not effective in hard water, how detergents are effective in hard water, which is more preferable, whether it is soap or detergent, between soap and detergent, which is environmental friendly. It is detergent, right? Because soaps are biodegradable, detergents are non-biodegradable. Now we'll see the action of the formation of micelle. Most dirt is oily in nature. Oil does not dissolve in water. The molecules of soaps are sodium and potassium salts of what? Long chain carboxylic acid. The ionic ends of the soap interacts with the water, whereas the carbon chain interacts with the oil. Thus, it forms structures called as what? Micelle. One is hydrophilic end, the other will be hydrophobic end. Hydrophilic and hydrophobic. Thus, it forms a what? A structure called as what? Micelle. This micelle helps in what? Removing the dirt out of the cloth. This is how the soap helps in what? Removing dirt. Difference between soaps and detergents are very important. So when soap is used in hard water, what happens? It forms salts of magnesium and calcium, right? So to avoid the formation of these insoluble substances, another class of carbon compounds is used. It is called as detergents. Detergents are generally sodium salts of sulfonic acids or ammonium salts of chlorides or bromide ions. These are very much effective in the hard water. The soaps forms insoluble substance, that is the salts of magnesium and calcium, whereas the detergent does not form the calcium and magnesium salts. Okay, that's why the detergents are very much effective in the hard water. Detergents are very much effective in hard water because it does not form insoluble scum. Okay, which is more preferred for washing? Detergents will be preferred in case of hard water, but in case of environmental friendly, which is more preferred? Soaps. Why? Because they are biodegradable. So can you check the hardness of water by using detergents? Can you check the hardness of water by using detergents? No, you cannot check the hardness of water by using detergents because it does not form insoluble scum. So these are the important questions. You should go through chapter wise. You have to read textbook for science to score good marks in science. I am repeatedly telling this sentence. Classification of elements. Here the first important question will be state Daubergner's law of triads, and also its limitations are very important. The Daubergner arranged the group of three elements in the increasing order of their atomic mass, such that the atomic mass of middle element was roughly equal to what? The average of atomic masses of other two elements. This was the Daubergner's law of triad. The examples for Daubergner's law of triad was lithium, sodium and potassium. State Daubergner's law of triads. Daubergner's law of triads states that he took a group of three elements called as triads, which he arranged in the increasing order of the atomic mass. The atomic mass of middle element was roughly equal to the average of the first and last element. This was the Daubergner's law of triads. Now, what were the limitations of Daubergner's law of triads? The main limitations of Daubergner's law of triad was he could able to identify only three triads from the elements known at the time. Hence, his system of classification into triads was not found to be useful. This is the limitations of Dobrynev's law of threads. This can be asked in 1 mark also. Next, Newland's law of octaves. Newland's law of octaves states that he found that every 8th element had similar property to that of first element. He arranged the elements in the increasing order of their atomic mass. See, in Dobrynev's law, Newland's law and Mendeleev's law, all the elements are arranged in the increasing order of their atomic mass. So in Newland's law of octaves, he found that he arranged the elements in the increasing order of their atomic mass. He found that every 8th element had the properties similar to that of the first. This was the Newland's law of octaves, otherwise you can simply call that as law of octaves. What were the disadvantages of Newland's law of octaves? Important 3 mark question. Newland's law of octaves was applicable up to calcium, only up to calcium. After calcium, every 8th element did not possess properties similar to that of the first. Next, and also Newland assumed that only 56 elements existed in nature and no more elements would be discovered in the future. So in order to fit the third limitation of Mendeleev's Newland's periodic table was that Newland adjusted 2 elements in the same slot, which was not useful. Example was cobalt and nickel was in the same slot. Understood? Newland's law of octave states that the elements are arranged in the increasing order of their atomic mass. 8th element has the property similar to that of the first, and the limitations were this law was applicable only up to the calcium, and only 56. He assumed that only 56 elements existed in nature, and also he adjusted 2 elements in the same slot. These are the limitations of Newland's law of octave. In the same way, after Newland's classification, the main credit for classifying elements goes to what? Dmitry Mendeleev. He was an Russian chemist. So he found that the physical and chemical properties of the element are related to its what? Atomic mass. So his law states that the properties of elements are periodic functions of their atomic mass. State Mendeleev's periodic law. It states that the properties of elements are the periodic functions of their atomic mass. To understand the reactivity, the chemical properties of different elements, he selected hydrogen and oxygen as the elements to react with what? To know the reactivity of the other elements. Why he has chosen only hydrogen and oxygen means it were able to react with most of the elements to form the compounds. So Mendeleev's periodic table contains vertical columns such as groups, and the horizontal rows are called as what? Periods. See, what you can check how many periods are there?
6 periods.
6 periods are. How many groups are there? 8 groups. You can have a question like, in Mendeleev's periodic table, how many groups? 8. How many periods?
6.
See, the important next question is, you should know the achievements of Mendeleev's periodic table. So Mendeleev left some gaps in the periodic table. Instead of looking upon these gaps as defect, he predicted some of the elements which were not discovered yet. For example, scandium, gallium and germanium, which were discovered later, he has predicted it before itself. This is the first advantage of the achievement of Mendeleev's periodic table. So he gave the concept of noble gases like helium, neon and argon, which were discovered later, which he could place in his periodic table without disturbing the existing order of his periodic table. These are the achievements of Mendeleev's periodic table. Now we'll see the limitations of Mendeleev's classification. The first limitations of Mendeleev's classification was there was no fixed position given to the hydrogen in the periodic table. This was the first limitations of the Mendeleev's periodic table. And isotopes which were discovered long after the Mendeleev had proposed his periodic classification of elements which could not have proper position in his periodic table. So another limitations of Mendeleev's classification was that atomic mass do not increase in a regular manner in going from one element to another element. These are the three limitations of Mendeleev's classification of elements. To overcome all this, Henry Moseley constructed a periodic table called as what? Modern periodic table. His law states that the modern periodic law, Moseley's periodic law states that the properties of elements are periodic functions of their atomic mass, atomic number. The properties of elements are periodic functions of their atomic number. So the modern periodic table, how many periods were there?
6 periods.
There are 7 periods and 18 groups. So the 8 vertical columns are called as groups. The 7 horizontal rows are known as periods. In modern periodic table, what is the number of groups?
18 groups.
How many periods?
7 periods.
7 periods and 18 groups. The important point you should remember is that the elements present in any one group have same number of valence electrons. And also you should know that the number of shell increases as we go down the group. As we go down the group, the number of shell increases and also the valency remains same. The important point you should remember is as you go along the group, you will have same number of shells, but the valence electrons will not be same. As we move down the group, valency will be same. Shells increases. As you move along the period, what happens? You will have same number of shells, but you will have difference in the valence electrons. In a period, valency will not be same, shells will be same. In case of groups, valency will be same, shells will be increased. As we move down the group, shell increases. The atoms with same number of shells are placed in the same period. Same valency placed in the same group. See how many elements are there in first, second, third and fourth period. It depends on 2n square rule. First 2, next 8, next 18, 18, 32 and 32 elements respectively. The reason for this placement you can study in further higher classes. But in the period, the elements are placed based on what? 2n square rule. Number of elements in each period depends on 2n square rule. Placing of the element in the period depends on its valency and the shell. If it has same shell, it is in the same period, but valency will be different. Now you should know the periodic trends in the modern periodic table. Based on this only you can expect application based question. They'll give the table with different elements with atomic number. You should be able to find the atomic size and also valency with metallic and non-metallic properties. So valency of an element is determined by the number of valence electrons present in the outermost shell and also atomic size. It defined as what? The radius of an atom. It is a distance between the center of the nucleus and the outermost shell of an isolated atom. See, atomic size or radius decreases in moving from left to right in the periodic table. Atomic size decreases as we move along the period. Why? Because of the increase in the effective nuclear charge, it tends to pull the electrons closer to the nucleus, reduces the size of an atom, whereas the atomic size increases down the group because the new shells have been added as we move down the group. Because of this, what happens? The atomic size increases. Atomic size decreases along the period and increases down the group. You should know the reasons. Metallic and non-metallic. Metallic nature increases along the period and decreases down the group. Right? There are few elements which exhibit both the properties of metals and non-metals. Those are called as metalloids. Those are called as metalloids. The elements which possesses the properties of both metals and non-metals are called as what? Metalloids. Example, silicon. The metals which tends to lose electron while forming bond, they are electropositive in nature. The metals which lose electrons, they are called as what? Electropositive. What they are called as what? Electropositive. As we move along the period, the electropositivity will decrease. As we move down the group, what happens? Increases. So metallic character decreases across the period and increases down the group. What is electronegative? They tend to gain electrons. Electronegative gaining electrons, electropositive losing electrons. So these are the important concepts you should know from this chapter, limitations of each and every law, and also the periodic trends, especially the atomic size, metallic and non-metallic nature, how it varies down the group and along the period is very important from the examination point of view. In the examination, they will give a table containing the elements with atomic numbers. You should be able to predict the atomic size, which element has most bigger atomic size, which has most metallic nature, non-metallic nature, and also with electropositivity and electronegativity. So unit, the human eye and the colorful world. Very simple chapter to score around 6 to 7 marks from this unit. The important concept what in the first page what you should learn is the parts of human eye with their function. So the light enters the eye through a thin membrane called as what? Cornea. The light enters the eye through a thin membrane. It is called as what? Cornea. And also the light, it has a lens system, forms an image on a light sensitive screen called as retina. The image is formed on the light sensitive screen in the eye. It is called as what? Retina. The eyeball is approximately in the shape with a diameter about 2.3 centimeter. So behind the cornea, you have a part called as iris. Iris is a dark muscular diaphragm that controls the size of the pupil. You can see the pupil size. The pupil size is controlled by iris, but the pupil regulates and controls the amount of light entering the eye. The pupil regulates and controls the amount of light entering the eye. Very, very important concept for the exam. Power of accommodation of eye. The ability of the eye lens to adjust its focal length is called as power of accommodation of eye. The ability of the eye lens to adjust its focal length to see near and far object. To see near and far object is called as what? Power of accommodation of eye. So the important few more definitions based on power of accommodation of eye is that the minimum distance at which the objects can be seen clearly or distinctly without strain to the eye. It's called as what? Least distance of distinct vision. It is also called as near point of an eye. What is the near point of an eye? It is 25 centimeter. In the same way, the farthest point up to which the eye can see the object clearly is called as what? Far point of an eye. It is infinity. So near point is 25 centimeter, far point it is infinity. Far point it is infinity. Sometimes the crystalline lens of people at old ages become milky and cloudy. This condition is called as what? Cataract. So this causes partial or complete loss of vision. You can restore the vision through cataract surgery. You can restore the vision by cataract surgery. So the ability of the eye lens to adjust its focal length is called as power of accommodation of eye. It is done by ciliary muscles. Next we have defects of vision and their correction. Out of 3 defects, definitely you can expect one for the exam. We'll start with myopia. Myopia is known as nearsightedness. Myopia is called as what? Nearsightedness. That means a person with myopia can see near objects clearly but cannot see the far object distinctly. That means the image is formed before or in front of the retina. It should be formed on the retina. What is myopia? Myopia is also called as nearsightedness. A person with myopia can see near objects clearly but cannot see the far object properly or distinctly. So in myopic eye, the image of a distant object is formed in front of the retina. So it's not at the retina. This because what are the reasons for defects? Defect of myopia is nothing but excessive curvature of the eye lens, elongation of the eyeball. These are the 2 reasons for the causes of myopia. What are the 2 reasons? Excessive curvature of the eye lens, elongation of the eyeball. So how can you correct it? You can correct it by using concave lens of suitable power. By using concave lens, the image is formed exactly on the retina. Now we'll see hypermetropia. So the next defect what we are going to study is hypermetropia. Hypermetropia is also known as far-sightedness. What do you mean by that? A person with hypermetropia can see the distant objects clearly. Distant, not distinct. Distant objects clearly, but cannot see the objects nearby distinctly. That means he is not able to see the objects, nearby objects clearly. This condition is known as hypermetropia. That means the image is formed behind the retina. You can see in the figure. The image is formed behind the retina. A suitable convex lens should be used so that the image is formed exactly on the retina. What are the reasons for hypermetropia is that the focal length of the eye lens is too long. The focal length of the eye lens is too long and the eyeball has become too small. These are the reasons for the hypermetropia. What type of lens should be used? A convex lens or converging lens should be used. So the next important defect is presbyopia. So the power of accommodation of the eye usually decreases with aging. So because of this, it is very difficult to see the near object as well as this far objects properly. This condition is called as what? Presbyopia. So this arises due to the weakening of the ciliary muscles and diminishing the flexibility of the eyelids. The two reasons for presbyopia is nothing but the weakening of the ciliary muscles and also the decrease in the power of accommodation of eye. How can you correct it? You can correct it by using bifocal lens. That means the upper portion of the lens consists of concave and the lower part is convex. Refraction of light through a prism. So what is angle of prism? The angle between two lateral surfaces is called as what? Angle of prism. Very important definition. What is angle of prism? The angle between two lateral surface of the prism is called as what? Angle of prism. What it is called as? Angle of prism. You have an activity here. Do go through this activity and identify the incident ray, refracted ray, emergent ray, angle of prism and also angle of incidence and very importantly angle of deviation. Very important definition for the exam. What is angle of deviation? The peculiar shape of the prism makes the emergent ray bend at an angle to the direction of incident ray. This is called as what? Angle of deviation. It is denoted by angle D. You can observe it in the figure. What is angle of deviation? The peculiar shape of the prism makes the emergent ray bend in such a way that it is in the direction of the incident ray. The angle formed, it is called as what? Angle of deviation. Next concept is dispersion of white light by a glass prism. So you can see the figure there. Dispersion of white light by the glass prism. What is dispersion? Splitting of white light into its constituent colors is called as dispersion of light. White light contain what? 7 colors. That is violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange and red. The acronym WIBGOI. Right? What is dispersion of light? Splitting of white light into its constituent color is called as what? Dispersion of. So what is dispersion of light? The splitting of white light into its component colors or constituent colors, it is called as dispersion of light. So the white light contains 7 colors, that is WIBGOI, right? The band of colored components of the light is called as what? Spectrum. Splitting of white light into its constituent color is called as dispersion. The band of colored components of light is called as what? Spectrum of light. So Newton has conducted an experiment to show the white light contains 7 colors, right? So this is a very important experiment. This question has been asked in preparatory examination. So as I told previously, from the physics part, definitely you should expect 3 or 4 marks experiment for the exam. And also it's a very important diagram for the exam also. Sir Isaac Newton was the first to use a glass prism to obtain a spectrum of sunlight. He tried to split the colors of spectrum of white light by using another similar prism. So what he did, he tried to split the colors of the spectrum of white light by using another similar prism. However, he could not any colors. Then what he did, he placed a second identical prism in an inverted position with respect to the first prism. You can see here again what has happened. This allowed all the colors of the spectrum to pass through the second prism. He found a beam of white light emerging from the other side of the second prism. This shows that sunlight is made up of 7 colors. Very simple experiment to score 3 marks, and also you should write the diagram. With the diagram you should explain with points. Next important question is the formation of rainbow. A rainbow is a natural spectrum appearing in the sky after rain shower. It is caused by the dispersion of sunlight by tiny water droplets present in the atmosphere. This is the optical phenomenon which appears after the rain shower. So it is caused by dispersion of sunlight by the tiny water droplets. This tiny water droplets acts as what? Small prism. So always a rainbow is formed opposite to the direction of the sun. The water droplets acts as what? Small prisms. The list, or you should know the list of events that takes place. First, the light refract, then dispersion takes place, and internally reflection takes place. Again finally the refraction takes place again and comes out of the raindrop. That means the white light has split into what? Its 7 constituent colors. So it is very important to note the events that acts. First is what? Refraction, dispersion, then internal reflection and refraction again. So if you explain with this simple figure the formation of rainbow, that means you can impress the evaluator. So you have similar concepts like twinkling of stars, and also advanced sunrise and delayed sunset, and also the scattering of light, why the sky appears blue, and very important explain the Tyndall effect. Very important question. And the few more important question what you can expect is why the color of the sky is blue, and also color of the sunset and sunrise is reddish. So all these concepts I have explained in my state level and model paper key answers. You can go through those links. Tyndall effects, why sky appears blue, why reasons for reddish appearance of the sun during sunset and sunrise, and why red color light is used as the danger signals. I'll repeat the questions. Why red light are used as the danger signals, the reasons for delayed sunset and sunrise, reasons for appearance of reddish of the sun during sunset and sunrise, experiment of Tyndall effect, why sky appears blue, and also the relationship between the color of the scattered light and the size of the scattered particles. You should know the relationship between the color of the scattered light and the size of the scattered particle. Advanced sunrise and delayed sunset reason, and also reasons for twinkling effect of stars. These are the important concepts you should know. So next unit, heredity and evolution. See, heredity and evolution, you should know about the importance of variation. You should know the importance of variation. So the important question is, how does variation helps in survival of an species? So during reproduction, DNA copying is an important event, right? So during those, the variation occurs. Because of the variation, it will be able to adapt to the surrounding condition. Because of that, the chances are more that the species will survive. See, what is heredity? The transfer of parental characters to the offspring is called as what? Heredity. You have an experiment, Mendel's experiment here, to show that the traits can be dominant or recessive. So the very important concept, definite 3 or 4 mark question for the exam. See, from the examination point of view, the important 3 or 4 mark question what you can expect is Mendel's monohybrid and dihybrid experiment. Both explain the concept of the trait can be dominant or recessive. With the help of the checkerboard, you should explain monohybrid or dihybrid cross. If you explain that, you can score easily 3 or 4 marks. The traits in the examination, the traits can be changed, but the concept remains same. The ratio, the monohybrid ratio is 1:3:1, whereas the dihybrid ratio is 9:3:3:1. How do the traits gets expressed? How the daughter cells receives the same copy as the parental chromosomes, right? Instead of doubling the number of chromosomes, the daughter cells receive the same number of chromosomes as present in the parents. This is a very important concept. Already I have explained in how do organisms reproduce. Now the next important concept is sex determination. So the male contains sex chromosomes XY, female contains XX. If X of the male fuses with X of the female, then it is female baby. Then if Y of the male fuses with X of the female, then it is a male baby. So sex determination in human beings is an important 3-mark question. With figure you can explain this concept. So the next important concept is evolution. So the evolution is because of variation, right? Because of the continuous variation in a species, it leads to what? Evolution. You have an illustration for evolution here. From this you should understand. See, the formation of new species from the pre-existing species is called as speciation. The main reasons for speciation is genetic drift, natural selection, change in the number of DNA, change in DNA, and geographical isolation. See, the next important concept, what very important is acquired and inherited traits. So you should know the difference between acquired and inherited traits with example. You should know with examples. And also the concept of speciation with what? Reasons for speciation, and evolution and classification. Then definition of fossils, reasons for, how to determine the age of fossils. What are fossils? How to determine the age of fossils? Again, important question. And difference between homologous and analogous organs with example, or the give reason type question can be asked. Wing of a bat and the wing of a bird are analogous organ. Give reason. You should know the difference between analogous organs and homologous organs with examples. You should at least list it down 2 to 3 examples for each. And evolution by stages, you can expect for 1 mark in MCQ or give reason type question. And evolution of wild cabbage. Evolution of wild cabbage into cauliflower, broccoli, cabbage, kale, red cabbage, etc. So dear students, these are the important questions or concept from this chapter. So unit sustainable management of natural resources. So sustainable management of natural resources. So very important chapter and very easy chapter to score 2 to 3 marks. Maximum 3 marks or maximum you can expect 4 marks. And the reasons for contamination of water bodies because of the presence of coliform bacteria. So coliform is a group of bacteria found in the human intestines. Presence in the water indicates the contamination of the water bodies. So you should know about 5 R's: refuse, reduce, reuse, repurpose and recycle. So you can expect question like between reuse and recycle, which is eco-friendly? Which is eco-friendly? Definitely it is reuse. Why? So recycling needs some amount of energy to be utilized, right? To convert one product to another product, whereas reuse does not require. So you should know all the 5 R's: reduce, refuse, reuse, repurpose and recycle. Why do we need to manage our resources? Who are stakeholders? Who depend on them? All these are important questions from this chapter. And also, what are biodiversity hotspots? Importance of biodiversity hotspots, stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? So you can go through this chapter, very simple chapter. A value based question will be asked in the examination. The value based question will be asked, and importance of construction of dams, and also the problems associated with the construction of dams is an important 2-mark question. And based on water harvesting system in India, coal and petroleum already we have studied in sources of energy. Reasons for few eco-friendly methods of following to reduce the power consumption. So all these are very important questions from this unit. You can easily answer in your own words. In the examination, you should not leave any question. You should try to attempt all the questions. Try to focus on the main important 12 marks. It is what it is. It is diagrams, right? For 12 marks, you can expect diagrams. Try to first focus to score good marks. Try to focus on diagram. So to get good marks, you should read the textbook. So if you go through the textbook, concept wise, if you study, definitely you will be able to score. You will be able to attempt all the questions in the examination. In science, if you score good marks, obviously you can score good marks in other subjects. Your percentage will be increased. So all the best for your exams. Do attempt the maths live revision classes where all the important questions will be discussed. It will be a 1-day revision class. Do try to attend. Thank you. So unit, how do organisms reproduce? Now here you should know how do organisms create exact copies of themselves. So reproduction is of 2 types: asexual reproduction and sexual reproduction. But from the both topics you can expect questions for the examination. So a basic event in reproduction is what? Creation of DNA copy. Creation of what? DNA copy. So cells use chemical reaction to build copies of their DNA. So the DNA copies, the copying of DNA is similar but not identical. That's why we can see some variations in an organism. So during reproduction, DNA copying is an important event. So the DNA copying will be similar but not identical. Because of this, what happens? We can see variations in the individual. So the variation during reproduction is the basis of evolution. Is the basis for evolution. This we'll be discussing in detail in the next chapter. So during reproduction, DNA copying is an important event, right? Copying of DNA is similar but not identical. Because of this, the variations arises in an organism. Okay, the variation results in what? It's a basis for evolution. So you should know the importance of variations. So variations increases the chances of an organisms to survive. Variations are very important for the survival of an organism. So variations are very important for the survival of species over a time. It has to resist some of its drastic condition. Otherwise, it has to adapt to the drastic changes in the environment or the conditions. So variations helpful for the survival of the species. Know about the importance of DNA copying during reproduction, and also how variation is beneficial to the species but not necessary for an individual. So modes of reproduction by single organism, that is by asexual reproduction. The first type of asexual reproduction is fission. For unicellular organisms, cell division or fission leads to creation of new individuals, where a cell splits into two cells, where each cells will go into an individual. For example, amoeba, protozoa, and many bacteria. So you have few example here is Leishmania and Kala Azar. They have replaced structure at one end of the cell, which is an example for what? Binary fission, where a cell is exactly divided into two parts. Whereas other single-celled organisms such as malarials, parasite, plasmodium divide into many daughter cells simultaneously by multiple fission. Binary fission, a single cell splits into two. Multicellular multiple fission, a single cell will divide into many daughter cells, right? Next important thing is fragmentation. What is fragmentation? See, few organisms on maturation, what happens? They break into smaller pieces. These pieces go into what? New individual. This is called as what? Fragmentation. This is called as fragmentation. This is a type of asexual reproduction. So example for fragmentation is Spirogyra. So Spirogyra on maturation, what happens? It breaks into smaller pieces. These fragmented pieces will go into what? New individual. This is an example for fragmentation. And also you have regeneration. Regeneration is entirely different from fragmentation. If the individual is somewhat cut or broken into many pieces, many of these pieces go into a separate individual. Example, Hydra, Planaria are example for regeneration. So in regeneration, what happens? The cut or broken pieces by accident will go into what? New individuals. Example, Hydra and Planaria. In preparatory paper, you might have seen that a HOTS question have been asked based on this. They have given the figure. Based on this, you need to write the answer. This is an example for higher order thinking question based on the diagram. See, budding. Next important asexual reproduction is budding. In Hydra, a bud develops as an outgrowth due to repeated cell division at one specific site. These buds develop into a tiny individual. You can see an example here. In Hydra, a bud develops as an outgrowth due to what? Repeated cell division at one particular site. These bud develop into a tiny individual. When they become fully mature, detached from the parent body and become what? New independent individual. Example for budding is Hydra. Next, vegetative propagation. There are many plants many plants in which parts like root, stem, leaves develop into a new plants under appropriate condition, right? This is called as what? Vegetative propagation. Vegetative propagation are used for grafting to grow many plants like sugarcane, roses or grapes for agricultural purposes. Plants raised by the vegetative propagation can bear fruits and flowers earlier than those produced from the seeds. These are the advantages of vegetative propagation. So vegetative propagation can also be used for the propagation of plants such as banana, orange, rose, jasmine, etc. But they lose the capacity to produce what? Seeds. Another advantages of vegetative reproduction is that all plants produced are genetically similar enough to the parent plant. So these are the 4 advantages of vegetative propagation. So list it down and study well. This is an important question. Advantages of vegetative propagation. Next type of asexual reproduction is spore formation. So many multicellular organisms such as specific reproductive parts can be identified. The thread-like structure that develop on the bread, you might have observed in the bread mold, right? So these bob-like structures, these tiny bob-like structures on the stick are involved in the reproduction. The blobs are called as what? Sporangia, which contains cells or spores that can eventually develop into a new rhizopus. So these spores are covered by thick walls that protect them until they come into the contact with the moist surface and can regrow. So all the syntax questions are very important. Importance of vegetative propagation, importance of DNA copying, difference between binary and multiple fission, how an organism is benefited if it is reproduced by spores. Now we'll see sexual type of reproduction. What is sexual reproduction? Where fusion of male and female gamete is involved. So the DNA copying is not much accurate, which results in the what? Variation. So in sexual mode of reproduction, what happens? It incorporates the combining DNA from 2 different individuals during reproduction. That is, the fusion of male and female gametes takes place. That is the process of combining DNA from 2 different individuals during what? The process of reproduction. So the question what arises here is, in new generation, will it end up having twice the amount of DNA that the previous generation had? The answer will be no, right? Why? The answer is no. Because, so to overcome this problem, it has specialized cells in specialized organs in which only the half the number of chromosome and half the number of DNA is taken from each individual reproductive cells. This is achieved by the process of cell division called as meiosis. 2 germ cells from 2 individuals combine during sexual reproduction to form a new individual. It results in the re-establishment of number of chromosomes and DNA content in the new generation. This results in the same number of DNA as in the parent cells. The fusion of male and female gametes results in the formation of zygote. This zygote grow and develop into a new organism which has specialized tissues and organism. It it has to have sufficient stores for energy for doing this. The zygote is formed from one germ cell which is large and contains food store, and another is what? Small, which is like to be motile. The motile germ cell is from the male, whereas the egg or the food stored germ cell is from the female gamete. So sexual reproduction in flowering plant. The reproductive parts of angiosperms are located in the flower. The reproductive part of the plant is what? Flower, right? So already I have studied the different parts of the flower: sepals, petals, stamens and pistil. Stamens and pistil are the reproductive parts of the flower. What is the reproductive part of the plant? The reproductive part of the plant is flower. The reproductive part of the flower is stamens and pistil, which contains what? The germ cells. Stamen is the male reproductive part which produces pollen grains, whereas pistil is the female reproductive part. So pistil is present in the center of a flower and it is the female reproductive part. The longitudinal section of flower, important 2 marks diagram. So the pistil is made up of 3 parts. The swollen bottom part is called as ovary, the middle elongated part is called as style, and the terminal part, which is sticky, is called as what? Stigma. Stigma, ovary and style are the 3 parts of the female part of the flower, that is pistil. The ovary contains ovules. Each ovule has what? Egg cell. The male germ cells produced by the pollen grains fuses with the what? Female gamete present in the ovule. The fusion of male germ cells, that is the male and female germ cells, results in the formation of zygote. This process is called as fertilization. The fusion of male and female gametes is called as what? Fertilization. The female part is what? Here it is pistil. The male part it is stamen. The pollen grain, that is the male germ cells, is fused with the what? The female germ cell, an egg from the ovule, results in the formation of zygote. The pollen needs to be transferred from stamen to the stigma. If this transfer of pollen occurs in the same flower, it is called as self-pollination. If it is from the different flower, then it is called as cross-pollination. The transfer of pollen grains from one flower to another flower is achieved by agents such as wind, water or animals. Example for animals is honeybee. Again, important 2 marks diagram: germination of pollen on stigma. After the pollen falls on the stigma, it has to reach the female germ cell, which is in the ovary, right? For this, the tube grows longer out of the pollen grain. The pollen grain, from the pollen grain, a tube goes very much longer to come in contact with the female germ cell. After this, what happens? The fertilization takes place. After fertilization, the resulting zygote divides several times to form an embryo within the ovule. The ovule develops a tough coat and it is gradually converted into seeds. The ovary grows rapidly and ripens to form a fruit. The petals, sepals, stamen, style and stigma may be shrivel and fall off. The seed contains the future plant or the embryo which develops into a seedling under appropriate condition, which is called as what? Germination. The plumule is a future shoot and radicle is the future root and cotyledon is the food store during germination process. Now we will see reproduction in human being. So you should know the changes that takes place during puberty in male and females. This you can list it down. So go through these paragraphs in detail and list down all the changes that takes place during what? The sexual maturation. We'll go directly to male reproductive system. So list down each and every part of the male reproductive system with functions. Definitely, if in case the functions of each part will be asked for 3 marks. The formation of germ cells or the sperm takes place in the testes. These are located outside the abdominal cavity because the formation of sperm takes place at a lower temperature than the normal body. So what is the role of testes? Again, it secretes the male sex hormone called as testosterone. So what is the function of testosterone? Testosterone brings about the changes in the appearance seen in the boys at the time of puberty. The sperms which are produced by the testis is formed or delivered to the what? Vas deferens, which unites with the tube coming from the urinary bladder. Therefore, the urethra thus forms a common passage for sperms and urine. Name the common passage for sperms and urine. It is urethra. Along the path of the vas deferens glands, we have a gland like prostate gland, which had their secretion. Now the sperms are in a fluid which makes their transport easier, and also this fluid provides what? Nutrition. The function of vas deferens, prostate gland, testes, urethra are very important. Name the common passage for sperms and urine. Urethra. Now we'll move to what? Female reproductive system. The female germ cells or the eggs are made in the ovaries. The egg or the germ cell of the female is produced by what? Ovary. When a girl is born, the ovaries already contain thousands of immature cells. On reaching puberty, what happens? Some of these start maturing. One egg is produced every month by one of the ovaries. The egg is carried from ovary to the womb through a tiny oviduct or the fallopian tube. So you can see the fallopian tube. The egg is carried from the ovary to the womb to a what? Oviduct or the fallopian tube. The two oviducts unite into an elastic bag-like structure known as uterus. There are two ovaries are there. The uterus opens into a vagina to what? Cervix. The sperms enter the vaginal passage to it during what? Sexual intercourse, through which the sperm will be carried to the site of the female egg. After the fusion of male and female gamete, it results in the formation of zygote. The zygote starts dividing and form a what? Ball of cells or the embryo. This embryo is implanted in the lining of the uterus until they continue to grow. Now the important question here it is how the embryo gets nutrition. The embryo gets nutrition from the mother's blood with the help of special tissue called as placenta, and also the waste produced by the embryo is removed with the help of placenta. The waste generated substances can be removed by transferring them into the mother's blood through what? Placenta. What happens when the egg is not fertilized? If the egg is very important question. If the egg is not fertilized, it leaves about 1 day. Since the ovary releases one egg every month, the uterus also prepares itself every month to receive a fertilized egg. Thus, its lining becomes thick and spongy. In case if fertilization does not take place, what happens? This lining does not require any longer. So the lining slowly breaks up and comes out to the vagina as blood and mucus. So this cycle takes place roughly every month, and this is known as menstruation. It usually lasts about 2 to 8 days. So next important concept, reproductive health. 1 or 2 mark question you can expect from this question, from this concept. The bacterial infections, that is STDs, are gonorrhea and syphilis. The viral infections such as what? Warts and AIDS. You should know the difference between the bacterial infection and with examples, and also viral infections with example. Example for bacterial infections are gonorrhea and syphilis. It is related only to the sexually transmitted diseases. Example for viral infections are warts and HIV/AIDS. So how can you prevent STDs? You can prevent STDs by covering the penis with what? A condom. It prevents what? Transmission of these infections to some extent. And also you can avoid the pregnancy using these devices. So the methods to avoid pregnancies are, the contraceptive methods are, one of the category is mechanical barrier, so that the sperm does not reach the eggs. Condoms on the penis or similar coverings worn in the vagina can serve this purpose. That is an example for mechanical barrier. So, and also another method is by changing the hormonal balance of the body so that the egg is not released and the fertilization cannot occur. So changing the hormonal balances do have side effects, so it is not advised. So another contraceptive method is such as loop or copper T placed in the uterus to prevent the pregnancy. Again, these have side effects due to irritation of the uterus. And if the vas deferens in the male is blocked, the sperm transfer will be prevented. And in case of female, the fallopian tube can be blocked. The egg released will not be able to reach the uterus. In these both cases, surgical methods are used. Surgical methods are employed to block such things. That is vas deferens in case of male, fallopian tube in case of female. This is done by surgical methods. So there are many ways to avoid pregnancy. One is by what? Mechanical barrier. Another by what? Hormonal balance, that is by chemicals. And also some contraceptive devices such as loop or copper T. And what we have is surgical methods, that is the blocking of vas deferens in case of male, fallopian tube in case of female. So these kind of unwanted pregnancies can be misused by peoples. For example, illegal selective abortion of female fetuses. This results in the decrease in the female-male sex ratio. Because of this, the child sex ratio is declining at an alarming rate. Because of this, we have prenatal sex determination act, which bans from knowing the sex of the child. So prenatal sex determination act has been passed, prohibited by law. That means knowing the sex of the child before it is born is illegal. Why it is illegal? Because there might be selective abortion of female fetuses can takes place, right? Because of this, the child sex ratio will be declined. So these are the important questions from the unit. How do organisms reproduce? Very simple chapter. Do read all the concept to score. So unit light reflection and refraction. Very important chapter from the examination point of view in the physics. Out of 28 marks, you can expect maximum marks from this chapter. So the important questions what you can expect from this chapter is based on the reflection of light. Based on reflection of light, you should know the two laws of reflection. The angle of incidence is equal to what? The angle of reflection and also the incident ray, the normal to the mirror at the point of incident, and the reflected ray all lie in the same plane. All lie in the same plane. These are the important laws of reflection. And also formation and properties of image formed by the plane mirror. The properties and how the image is formed. See, the image formed by the plane mirror is always virtual and direct. The image formed by the plane mirror is always virtual and direct. So it has been asked in many of the times in the MCQ question. The size of the image is always equal to what? The size of the object in case of plane mirror. The image formed is as far behind the mirror as the object is it in front of it. Okay? The image is laterally inverted. See, if they ask you to write the properties of image formed by the plane mirror, the properties will be the image formed by the plane mirror is virtual and direct. The size of the image is equal to size of the object, and the image is laterally inverted. See, what are the properties of the image formed by the plane mirror? The image is always virtual and direct. The size of the image is equal to size of the object. The image is laterally inverted. The image is formed far behind the mirror as the object is in front of it. Now the important question what you can expect is the definition of spherical mirror. The mirrors whose reflecting surface are spherical are called as spherical mirrors. Dear students, you should make a note of all these points, because in the examination we never know that from which line or which paragraph the question might come. Therefore, it is very important to go through the textbook. If the reflecting surface, the mirrors whose reflecting surface are spherical, those mirrors are called as what? Spherical mirrors. There are two types of spherical mirrors, that is concave mirror and convex mirror. The two types of spherical mirrors are concave mirror and convex mirror. A spherical mirror whose reflecting surface is curved inwards, here, then it is called as what? Concave mirror. Whose reflecting surface is curved inwards. It is called as what? Concave mirror. A spherical mirror whose reflecting surface is curved outside. The reflecting surface is curved outside. Then it is called as convex mirror. A spherical mirror in which reflecting surface is curved inwards, it is called as concave. Right? A spherical mirror whose reflecting surface is curved outwards. Curved outward, it is called as convex mirror. So based on concave mirror and convex mirror, you need to understand few terms based on what? The mirrors. The first definition what you learn is what? Pole. The center of the reflecting surface of the spherical mirror is a point called as what? Pole. The center of the reflecting surface of a spherical mirror is a point called as what? Pole. Please make a note of the definition of pole. Otherwise, you can underline in your textbook itself. It lies on the surface of the mirror. The pole lies on the surface of the mirror. The pole is usually represented by the letter P. What is pole? The center. The center of the reflecting surface. So don't get confused with the center of curvature, right? Center of curvature is different. Center of the reflecting surface is called as what? Pole. The next definition what you should understand is center of curvature of the spherical mirror. What is center of curvature of the spherical mirror? The reflecting surface of a spherical mirror. The reflecting surface of the spherical mirror forms a part of the sphere. This has a center. The sphere will have a center, right? This point is called as what? Center of curvature of the spherical mirror. It is represented by the letter C. It is represented by the letter C. Center of curvature is not a part of the mirror. It is just an imaginary point. Okay? The center of curvature of a concave mirror lies in front of it. Can you observe it in the figure? The center of curvature of a concave mirror lies in front of it, right? In case of convex mirror, it is behind in case of a convex mirror. So the radius of a sphere of which reflecting surface of a spherical mirror forms a part is it's called as what? Radius of curvature. It is represented by the letter R. So the distance PC is called as what? Radius of curvature. The distance PC is what? Radius of curvature. A straight line passing through the pole and center of curvature of a spherical mirror, this is called as what? Principal axis. This is called as what? Principal axis. What is principal axis? It is a straight line passing through a pole and the center of curvature of a spherical mirror. This is called as what? Principal axis. So hope you are understanding what I am trying to tell. Now the next important definition is, see, you have an experiment here. You have an experiment here finding the focal length of the mirror. So please go through this. In the examination you can expect this question also. Finding the focal length. Describe an experiment of mirror for finding out the focal length of the mirror. Now we'll see what is the definition of focal length. A number of rays parallel to the principal axis are falling on a concave mirror. They all meet at a point on the principal axis. This point is called as principal focus. The rays which are parallel to principal axis after reflection, they all meet or intersect at a point on the principal axis of the mirror. This point is called as what? Principal focus. So the principal focus is represented by the letter F. The distance between the pole and the principal focus of a spherical mirror is called as what? Focal length. It is represented by the letter F. It is represented by the letter F. The distance between the pole and the principal focus of a spherical mirror is called as what? Focal length. It is represented by the letter F. The diameter of the reflecting surface of the spherical mirror is called its aperture. The diameter of the reflecting surface of the spherical mirror is called as its aperture. The distance Mn. So you can see the distance Mn is what? Aperture. So there is a relationship between the radius of curvature and the focal length. That is, R equals 2 times the value of F. That is, R equals 2F. R equals 2F. Based on this, you can expect 1 mark numerical. Radius of curvature is nothing but twice the focal length. R equals 2F. Now we'll see image formation by the spherical mirror based on mirror or based on lens. Definitely the ray diagram will be there for 3 marks. In case if you get ray diagram based on mirror, then you can expect 3 mark numerical based on the lens. Otherwise, if the ray diagram is asked based on lens, then you can expect 3 mark numerical on the concept of mirror. So if you want to draw a ray diagram of the spherical mirrors, you should understand 4 rules. The first rule is, a ray which is parallel to the principal axis, after reflection it passes through the principal focus. A ray which is parallel to the principal axis, after reflection it passes through the principal focus. It is same in case of both concave and convex. In case of convex mirror, it is extended back to meet at F. So the second rule is, if a ray is passing through a principal focus, after reflection it will be parallel to the principal axis. It will be parallel to the principal axis. It is same in case of convex mirror also. if a ray is passing to a center of curvature of a concave mirror, what happens after reflection? Without any deviation, it traces the same path. The fourth condition is if a ray incident obliquely, that means less than 90 degree, if a ray is incident obliquely to the principal axis towards a point P, that is on the pole of a mirror, what happens? It is reflected back obliquely. That means the angle of incidence will be equal to angle of reflection. These are the four important rules or conditions you should know to draw the ray diagram. What is the first rule? If a ray is parallel to principal axis, after reflection it passes through principal focus. If a ray is the principal focus, after reflection it will be parallel. If a ray is passing through center. Fourth condition, if a ray is incident obliquely at the point P, that is pole, it is reflected black if it is reflected back obliquely. Now we'll see image formation by the concave mirror. If the object is at infinity, what happens? If the rays are extended back after reflection, they meet at what? The point F on the principal focus. The image formed is diminished, right? It is point size and it is real and inverted. See, out of 4 rules, out of 4 conditions, if you use any 2 conditions, you will get the image. You will get the image. The second condition, image is beyond C. The object is placed beyond C. The image formed is what? The image formed is between C and F. The image is diminished. When compared to the object, the image size is diminished and it is real and inverted. If the object is at C, the image formed is of same size. It's of same size. It is real and inverted. If the object is placed between C and F, the image formed is beyond and it is enlarged. If the object is at F, the image formed is at infinity, it is highly enlarged and it is real and inverted. In case if the object is placed between F and principal focus and pole, the image formed is enlarged, but it is virtual and error. It is virtual and error. You should practice all these ray diagrams to score 3 out of 3 marks. You should write the nature of image also. Important question, uses of concave mirrors. Concave mirrors are commonly used in torches, searchlights and vehicles headlights to get the powerful parallel beams of light. So the concave mirrors are used as shaving mirrors to see the larger image of the face, and also the concave mirrors are used by the dentists to see larger image of the teeth of the patients. And also large concave mirrors are used to concentrate sunlight to produce heat in the solar furnace. Now you can there can be give reason question like, dentists use concave mirrors. Why? Because to get the large image of the teeth of the patient. In the same way, the barber uses the shaving mirrors. Why? Now we'll see the image formation by the convex mirror. There are 2 conditions. That means 2 ray diagrams are there. One is the object is at infinity and the object is between the pole and the mirror. In both the cases, the image formed by the convex mirror is virtual and erect. Now we'll see the uses of convex mirrors. Uses of convex mirrors. Now we'll study the uses of convex mirrors. Convex mirrors are commonly used as rear view mirrors in the vehicles. Why these are used in the rear view mirrors of the vehicle? Because it enables the driver to see traffic behind him or her to facilitate safe driving. Convex mirrors are preferred because they always gives an erect, though diminished image. It always gives what? Erect, diminished image. And also they give wider field of the view as they are curved outwards. So the convex mirrors gives wider field of view as it is curved outwards. So this is an important use of convex mirrors. To solve problems based on mirrors or based on lens, you should know the sign convention for reflection as well as refraction. So the object is always placed left to the mirror. The object is always placed to the left side of the mirror, and this implies that light falling from the object falls on the mirror from the left hand side, right? The light from the object, if the object is placed on the left side, that means the light which is falling on the object falls from the left side to the mirror. All distances parallel to the principal axis are measured from the pole of the mirror. All the distances which are parallel to the principal axis are measured from the pole. All distances measured to the right of the origin along positive x-axis are taken as positive, whereas those are measured to the left of the origin, that is negative axis, are taken as negative. So you can see left side it is negative, on the right side it is positive. Again, the height upwards is positive, height downwards is negative. So these are the sign conventions you should know to solve the problems. So mirror formula, that is 1 by V plus 1 by U equals 1 by F. V is the image distance, U is the object distance, F is the focal length. The same way we have magnification. Magnification produced by a spherical mirror gives a relative extent of which an object is magnified with respect to the image of the object is magnified with respect to the object. Otherwise it is expressed as a ratio of height of the image to the height of the object, right? So magnification is equal to height of the image by height of the object. You can express it as it is the ratio of image distance by object distance. So here the magnification is usually taken as negative because the image is real, right? The negative sign in the value of the magnification indicates that the image is real. In case of positive sign, the value of the magnification indicates that the image is virtual. A negative sign indicates the image is real. In case of positive sign, that means the image is virtual. Magnification equals minus V by U. So you have problem here 10.1, 10.2, all the problems from the in-text questions are very important. I have already solved and I put a video on numericals from the unit light, reflection and refraction. Go to those videos, it is in the description of this video. So definitely you can expect 3 mark numericals from the unit light, reflection and reflection. Now we will see the next concept, refraction of light. What is refraction of light? See, when the light travels from one medium to another, the direction of propagation of light in the second medium changes. This phenomenon is called as what? Refraction of light. The bouncing back of light is called as reflection. Without bouncing back, if it changes the direction when it travels from one medium to another medium, it is called as what? Refraction of light. There are few examples are there here. That is refraction to a glass slab, and what happens when the pencil is immersed in a glass tumbler, it appears to be displaced, right, because of the refraction of light. A lemon placed in a water in a glass tumbler appears to be bigger than its actual size. That is also because of what? Refraction of light. So very important question, refraction to a glass slab. Again, this is an experiment for 3 marks. You should draw the figure first, refraction to a glass slab, and you should indicate the incident ray, refracted ray and emergent ray. So in the figure, a ray UO is the what called as incident ray, OO dash is called as refracted ray, O dash H is the emergent ray. So you should indicate, you should write neatly the figure which shows what? Incident ray, refracted ray and the emergent ray. So you can observe that emergent ray is parallel to the direction of the incident ray, right? So refraction is due to change in the speed of light as it enters from one transparent medium to another. The refraction occurs because of the change in the speed. Change in the speed of the light. That means when the light travels from one medium to another medium, the speed of light changes. When the light travels from rarer medium to denser medium, the speed decreases, it bends towards the normal. If the light travels from denser medium to rarer medium, the speed of the light increases. The speed of the light in the medium 2 increases and it bends away from the normal. So many a times the question has been asked based on this concept. Do make a note. And also we have 2 laws of refraction, the incident ray, the refracted ray, and the normal to the point of interface of two transparent media at the points of incident all lie in the same plane. First law of refraction, the incident ray, refracted ray, and the normal to the interface of two transparent media at the point of incident all lie in the same plane. Next, second law is also called as what? Snell's law. The ratio of sine of angle of incidence to the ratio of sine of angle of incident to the sine of angle of refraction is a constant for the light of a given color. This is called as Snell's law. Sin I by sin R equals constant. So the condition for I is it is greater than 0 degree and lesser than 90 degree. The important condition for angle of incidence is it is greater than 0 and it is always lesser than 90 degree. Next, you should understand the concept of refractive index. The extent of change in the direction that takes place when the light travels from one medium to another medium is expressed in terms of refractive index. So when the light travels from one medium to another medium, the extent of change in the direction of the light is expressed in terms of what? Refractive index. So the light travels with different speed in different media. So the light travels faster in the vacuum with a speed of 3 into 10 power 8 meter per second. In air, the speed of light is marginally less when compared to that of vacuum. So if you consider a ray of light traveling from medium 1 to medium 2, then the refractive index with respect to medium 1 to 2 is expressed as what? Speed of light in medium 1 divided by speed of light in medium 2, that is V1 by V2. In case The refractive index of medium 1 with respect to medium 2 is what? 1 to 2. It is speed of light in medium 2 divided by speed of light in medium 1. If medium 1 is vacuum or air, then the refractive index of the medium 2 is considered with respect to what? Vacuum. This is called as what? Absolute refractive index. What is absolute refractive index? If the medium 1 is vacuum or air and the refractive index of the medium 2 is considered with respect to what? Medium vacuum, then it is called as what? Absolute refractive index. It is represented by n equals what? C by V. What is C? C is the speed of light in air divided by speed of light in the medium. N equals what? Speed of refractive index of the medium. Now you have a table here, the refractive index of different materials. The refractive index of kerosene is 1.44. What do you mean by this statement? This means that the ratio of speed of light in air to the speed of light in the kerosene is 1.44. The refractive index of benzene is 1.50. What do you mean by this statement? This means that the ratio of speed of light in air to the ratio of speed of light in benzene is 1.50. So these questions you can try in the in-text questions. The refractive index of diamond is 2.42. What do you mean by this? That this means the ratio of speed of light in vacuum to the speed of light in the diamond is 2.42. Then the next important concept is refraction by spherical lens. Now we should know what is spherical lens. A transparent material bound by two surfaces of which one or both the surfaces are spherical forms what? Lens. There are two types of lens. One is convex lens and concave lens. What is convex lens? A lens which has two spherical surfaces which is bulging outwards, and also it is thicker at the middle as compared to the edges. You can see they are thicker at the edges and thin at the edges. Thicker at the middle and thinner at the edges. It is called as what? Convex lens. What is concave lens? Concave lens is bounded by two spherical surfaces which is curved inwards. It is thicker at the edges than in the middle. So convex lens are what? Converging lens. Concave lens are converging lens because all the rays which are parallel to the principal axis, after refraction it meets at a point. Hence it is called as what? Converging lens. In case of concave lens, all the rays which are parallel to the principal axis, they diverge the light rays. Hence it is called as what? Diverging lens. So you have few terms which is related to what? Convex lens and concave lens. You can expect it for 1 marks. The center of these spheres are called as what? Center of curvature of the lens. The center of curvature of the lens is usually represented by what? C. An imaginary line passing through the two centers of curvature of the lens is called as what? Principal axis. The central point of a lens is called as what? Optical center. In case of mirror it is pole, whereas it is optic center or optical center. It is usually represented by the letter O. So the effective diameter of the circular outline of a spherical lens is called its aperture. Next you have an important experiment here, finding the focal length of a convex lens. So go to this experiment. This experiment is used to find out the focal length of a convex lens. The focal length of a convex lens. So the distance between the optic center and the principal focus of a lens is called as what? Focal length. It is usually represented by the letter F. So all the rays which converge at a point in a lens is called as what? Principal focus. The distance between the principal focus and the optic center is called as what? Focal length. Here it is an activity or the experiment to find out the focal length of the convex lens. So please do read out this experiment to find out the focal length of a convex lens by using suitable experiment. Now we'll see the image formation by the lenses, that is spherical lens. So again you should understand the three important rules or the condition. The first rule says that if a ray is parallel to principal axis, after refraction it passes through principal focus. Next, if a ray is passing through principal focus, after refraction the ray will be parallel to the principal axis. If a ray passes to the optic center, it passes without any deviation. Out of these three, if you use any two conditions, you can draw the ray diagram of convex or concave lens. You have here when the object ray diagram for convex lens. If the object is at infinity, the image is formed at the principal focus. The nature of the image is it is highly diminished point size and it is realigned inverted. In case if the object is placed beyond 2f1, that is beyond C, center of curvature, or 2f1, both are same, then what you get? The image is formed 2f2 and f2. The size of the image is what? Diminished. When compared to the object, the size is reduced, it is diminished, and the image is what? Realigned inverted. In the same way, if the object is placed at 2f1, that is center of curvature, the image formed is of the same size. It is of the same size. It is formed at 2f2. The nature of the image is it is realigned inverted. It is realigned inverted. If the object is between 2f1 and f1, the image formed is enlarged. It is formed beyond 2f2. It is realigned inverted. When the object is placed at f1, that is principal focus, the image is formed at what? Infinity. It is highly enlarged. The image is realigned inverted. If the object is placed between the principal focus and the optic center, the image formed is enlarged. It is virtual and error. In the same way, you can check the ray diagram for concave lens. In case of concave lens, the nature of the image is always virtual and erect. It is diminished. So again, the sign convention remains same in case of spherical lenses also. Here you have lens formula 1 by V minus 1 by U equals 1 by F. 1 by V minus 1 by U equals 1 by F. What is V? V is the image distance, U is the object distance, F is the So you should understand the sign conventions to solve the numericals from the unit. Light reflection and refraction. Next you have magnification of lens. The magnification produced by the lens is similar to that of mirrors. It is a ratio of height of the image to the height of the object. Otherwise it is defined as the image distance by object distance. That is magnification equals h dash by h or v by u. So magnification of a lens is 1. What do you mean by displacement? This means that the size of the object is same as the size of the image. The image size is equal to the object size. Numericals, which I've already solved and uploaded the video, you can check it out. Now the important concept, that is power of a lens. What is power of a lens? It is the ability of a lens to converge or diverge the light rays depending on the focal length. It is called as what? Power of a lens. Power of a lens is the reciprocal of its focal length. The power of a lens is what? It is the reciprocal of its focal length. Yes or no? Yes, sir. So the power of a lens, the unit of power of a lens is what? Diopter. It is what? Diopter. It is usually represented by the letter P. The SI unit of power of lens is what? Diopter. F is always expressed in terms of meter. Power is expressed in diopter. Power of convex lens is positive and that of concave lens is negative. Convex lens is what? Positive. Convex lens is positive. Concave lens is negative. Say that if the prescribed lens has a power which is equal to plus 2 diopters, that means the lens is convex. In case minus 2.5 diopter, that means the lens is concave. To calculate the power of a lens, always you should express the focal length in meters. A doctor prescribes a power of lens of plus 3 diopter. What do you mean by this? This means that the prescribed lens is convex. And find the focal length. P equals what? 1 by f. P equals 1 by f. 1 by 3, which is equal to 0.33 diopters. Whether the lens is diverging or converging. It is a converging lens because it is a convex lens. This kind of questions are very important for examination. So dear students, try to revise all this concept, read the textbook, try to score good marks from this. So the next unit, the sources of energy. So from this chapter you can expect around 4 to 5 marks or minimum 3 marks. So you should know what is a good source of energy, characteristics of good source of energy. The characteristics of good sources of energy are, it should release more amount of heat on burning, it should produce less smoke, and it should be easily available. That is, it should give large amount of work per unit volume or mass. It should be easily accessible. It should be easy to store and transport. Perhaps importantly, it should be economical. What are the characteristics of good source of energy is? It should give large amount of work per unit volume or mass. It should be easily accessible. It should be easy to store and transport. Perhaps it should be more importantly, it should be economical. See, we have conventional sources of energy. The conventional sources of energy are those which we are using from a long time, which are in the verge of becoming extinct. See, these conventional sources of energy are non-renewable. It will take huge. The fossil fuels are non-renewable source of energy. We need to conserve them. So if we were continue consuming these conventional sources of energy at alarming rates, we would soon run out of the energy, these fossil fuels, right? In order to avoid this, we need to look for some alternate sources of energy. Those energy sources are called as what? Non-conventional sources of energy. What are the non-conventional sources of energy? The renewable resources of energy are called as what? Non-conventional sources of energy. So you can have a question, list the reasons for looking out for alternate source of energy. What are the energy sources we are using? Those energy resources are dipping at the faster rate and they are not renewable resources of energy, right? What in case if we run out of energy? Because of all these reasons, it is very important to look for alternate source of energy. Very important question. The disadvantages of using fossil fuels, because air pollution is caused by burning coal and petroleum products. The oxides of carbon, nitrogen, sulfur that are released of burning fossil fuels forms acidic oxide, leads to what? Acid rains, which will affect our water and soil resources. Name the greenhouse gases. The greenhouse gas is carbon dioxide. Name the greenhouse gas. It is carbon dioxide. Name the air pollutants. What are the air pollutants? Oxides of carbon, oxides of nitrogen, oxides of sulfur are the major air pollutants. The pollution caused by burning of fossil fuels can be decreased by increasing the efficiency of combustion process. That is complete combustion, right? You have a model to demonstrate the production of electricity here. That is, the pressure released from the pressure cooker is able to run the turbine, and which is connected to dynamo. Dynamo generates the electricity, right? See, the work of dynamo here is to convert the mechanical energy into electrical energy. This is a simple model of production of electricity. In the same way, we have thermal power plant, where the large amount of fossil fuels are burnt and which produces the steam, which converts the water to steam, which further runs the turbine to generate the electricity, right? Now we should know the whether the thermal power plant is environmental friendly or not. Definitely it is not environmental friendly, because the burning of fossil fuel results in the formation of air pollutants, right? The term thermal power plant is used since fuel is burned to produce the heat energy, which is converted into electrical energy. Next, hydro power plant. The hydro power plants convert the potential energy of falling water into electricity. When the water moves from higher level to lower level, it is used to run the turbine, right? Because of this, when the turbine runs, the mechanical energy will be converted into electrical energy. So it is very important to know that a quarter of our energy requirement in India is met by hydro power plants. So the hydro power plants are associated with the dams. So in order to produce hydel electricity, high-rise dams are constructed on the river to obstruct the flow of water, then to collect the water in large reservoirs. When the water flows from higher potential to the lower potential, it is used to run the turbine. So hydropower is a renewable source of energy. Give reason. So by construction of high rise dams, you can generate hydro electricity, right? And also you should know by construction of dams, there are few problems associated with it. What is that? Large areas of agricultural land, human habitation has to be sacrificed, or as they get submerged. Large ecosystems are disturbed when submerged under the water in the dams. And also the vegetation which is submerged rots under anaerobic condition, give rise to large amounts of methane gases, right? These are the disadvantages of construction of dams. Next very important concept is biomass. What is biomass. So the vegetable waste, the residue after the crop harvesting sewage are called biomass. When it is decomposed in the absence of oxygen, it gives a gas called as what? Biogas, or you can call it as gobar gas. See, the important 3 marks diagram you can expect is the diagram of gobar gas plant. How gobar gas is produced? It is produced by the anaerobic respiration of the biomass, which is done by the microorganism, right? Which break down the complex compound of the cow dung slurry, right? Now, the decomposition of biomass results in the gases like methane, carbon dioxide, hydrogen gas, and hydrogen sulfide. The the main component of the biogas is what? Methane. What is the main component of the biogas? It is methane. You should know the steps to generate biogas. Biogas is an excellent fuel as it contains 75% methane. The two without smoke, leaves no residue like ash in the wood, charcoal or coal burning. Its heating capacity is also high. So what are the slurry left behind which is removed periodically, used as a manure which is rich in nitrogen and phosphorus. So biogas plant is a very important component in our environment. We should encourage the manufacture of those biogas. Next important energy is wind energy, which is a renewable source of energy, which is also a non-conventional source of energy. So because of unequal heating of the land mass and water bodies by the solar radiation, it generates air movement and causes what? Wind energy. This wind energy is harnessed by the windmills to produce what? Electricity. The rotation of the windmills, the rotatory motion is converted into what? The mechanical energy is converted into electrical energy. A windmill wind. So the a number of windmills are erected over a large area known as what? Wind energy farm. See, what are the disadvantages of using wind energy? You should the disadvantages of wind energy also you should know. So the limitations of harnessing wind energy is that wind energy farms can be established only at those places where wind blows at a greater part of the year. The minimum speed to obtain the wind energy should be 15 kilometers per hour. So there should be some backup facilities like storage cells to store the energy needs during a period when there is no wind. So establishment of wind energy requires large area of land, right? These are the limitations of harnessing wind energy. The first limitations is that wind energy cannot be established at all places, only at the particular places where the wind blows with a speed of 15 kilometers per hour. There should be some backup facilities like storage should be there when there is no wind. And also establishment of wind energy farms requires large area of land. And also they need high level of maintenance. Maintenance is also very high. See, we have alternate or non-conventional sources of energy. Because of the rise in the energy demand day by day, there is an increased demand for the energy, right? Because of that, we need to look for alternate source of energy. We have solar energy, right? The sun has been radiating an enormous amount of energy at the present rate for nearly 5 billions of years and will continue radiating at that rate for still 5 more billion years. A black surface absorbs more heat as compared to the white or reflecting surface. Because of that, solar cookers are usually painted in black color. Inside it is painted with black color. So solar cookers are covered with a glass plate because it should reflect most of the sun rays which hits on those plane mirror. So the limitations of using solar energy is nothing but you cannot, the sun radiates sunlight only during the daytime, right? It is very difficult to harness the solar energy during night. So to overcome this problem, what we use is solar cells that convert solar energy into electrical energy. A large number of solar cells are combined in an arrangement called as solar panel. You should know the principle of solar panel. The advantages of solar cells are they have no moving parts, require little maintenance and work quite satisfactorily without the use of any focusing device. Another advantage is that they can be set up in remote and inaccessible hamlets or very sparsely inhabited areas. These are the advantages of solar cells. Now we'll see the disadvantages of solar cell. Silicon, which is used for making solar cell, is abundant in nature, but availability of special grade silicon for making solar cell is limited. It is one of the limitations of solar cell. Availability of special grade silicon for making solar cells is limited. The entire process of manufacture is still expensive. Silver, which is used for interconnection of the cell in the panel, further adds to the cost. So in spite of all this high cost and low efficiency, the solar cells are used in artificial satellites and space probes like Mars orbiters, etc. And also you have many advantages like they are used in TV relay stations, traffic signals, calculator, many toys, etc. Next, tidal energy. Due to the gravitational pull mainly because of the moon, the level of the water in the sea rises and falls. This can be used to harness the energy. Next, what we have is wave energy. The kinetic energy possessed by huge waves near the sea shores can be dropped in similar manner to generate electricity. Ocean thermal energy. The water at the surface of the sea or the ocean is heated up by the sun, while water in the deeper sections is relatively cold. Because of this difference in the temperature can be used to generate what? Electricity. Next is geothermal energy. So inside the deeper hot regions of the earth crust, or usually we call that as hot spots, this can be used to convert the water into steam. The steam generated can be used to what? To run the turbine, which in turn can be used to generate the electricity. Next very important concept is nuclear energy. How nuclear energy is generated? In the process of nuclear fission. Where an heavy atom splits into two lighter atoms or nuclei when it is bombarded with low energy neutrons. What is nuclear fission? The nucleus of heavy atom on bombarding with neutrons splits into lighter nucleus. When this happens, a tremendous amount of energy is released, right? This energy is utilized to convert the water into steam by in turn in the generation of electricity. The fission of an atom of uranium produces 10 million times the energy produced by the combustion of an atom of carbon from coal. So you have many advantages of nuclear energy, but also the major disadvantages of nuclear energy is that nuclear power generation is the major disadvantages of nuclear power generation is the storage and disposal of the nuclear waste, because the radiations which are produced by this uranium atoms are very harmful. And also there is a risk of accidental leakage of nuclear radiation, and also the high cost of nuclear installation of nuclear power plant, and also high risk of environmental contamination and limited availability of uranium makes large scale use of nuclear energy prohibitive. These are the disadvantages of using nuclear energy. You can expect it for 2 marks, whether advantage or disadvantage or generation of nuclear energy, how nuclear energy can be used to generate electricity. These are the important questions you can expect. So environmental consequences you can expect in case if it is asked for 1 mark. This you can read where a simple value based question will be asked. Dear students, today we have completed 5 units. Tomorrow we will be completing next 5 units, which are very important from the examination point of view. Do attend the live session tomorrow also.